Hey everyone, Mason Kren here. Thanks for checking out this compilation of Season 1, The Vampires. I hope you enjoy it. We've thrown everything together so that you can just kind of chill, let your brain wander, and just let the whole video play. Now, we have edited a little bit. References to our old website, which is no longer valid, have been removed so that there's no confusion there. And beyond that, we have done a little bit of editing just so that you don't have to sit through the openings as much. All right. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the Paladin Archives. My name is Kren, and I'm a Mason with the Paladin Order, here to take you on a journey through monsters, witches, vampires, and more in this series we're calling Monster Menagerie. I'm so excited to finally get this series started, and I'm so very glad you decided to join me today. Before we get started, I just want to take a minute to let you know that if you like what we do at the Paladin Archives, please check out the debut novel about our exploits. Aptly named The Paladin, it details the story of a young man named Jonathan who faces demons, joins the Order, and has some awkward conversations with girls because, hey, who hasn't been there? Link down in the description. Check it out to learn more and read some sample chapters before it debuts. With that out of the way, let me take a moment to explain what it is we're doing here. You see, my job as a Mason in the Paladin Order is something like a desk worker for a group of monster hunters. I observe, assess, and catalog threats so that the brave men and women who actually go out into the field know what to do. Well, I was joking around with Maddie one day, and we got to assessing fictional monsters for fun, and one thing led to another, and boom, here I am. My supervisor said I needed a hobby, so yeah. Each season, we're taking a type of monster or other creature and assessing several examples of them throughout fiction. This season is the OG monster themselves, the vampire. And who better to start with than the OG vampire himself, Count Dracula from the 1931 movie, Dracula. We're going to detail his origin, personality, abilities, and physiology. Then I'll give my assessment by assigning him a Paladin threat level, noting possible containment strategies, and issuing my final recommendations to any Paladins that might come across him in the field. Here's the catch though. For this and all other episodes, we're only taking what we can observe from the specific source material the character's from. So any knowledge we have about Dracula that doesn't come from the 1931 movie, gone. Verboten. There are so many iterations of Dracula that it'd be insane to try to assume an official canon for him. So no other movies, no books, no plays, nothing but the exact movie we're looking at. It may shock you what he actually can and can't do. At the end of the year, we're going to take all of our vampires and stack them against each other in a ranking pool where we decide which ones most exemplify what it means to be a vampire. That's where we'll need your input, because we're going to put up polls as we reach the end of the season, so you can tell us who you think is the best vampire. That was a long explanation, but I think we're ready to go. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm feeling it. Let's do this thing. Count Dracula, resident of Transylvania and owner of Castle Dracula, married 3 times, at once, and not particularly concerned with keeping his place tidy. Now, the movie doesn't actually go deep into his background. We know the people of the village Renfield stops in are afraid of him. There's insinuations that he's been a terrifying force in their folklore for generations, but nothing concrete. We know that he's interested in leasing Carfax Abbey in England, and that he's already chartered a boat for that purpose, and that's about it. It's really not much. Now, we can certainly chalk the lack of information up to the movie-making practices of the time, but this is actually not a terrible thing. You see, In my job, I often don't have access to lore or backgrounds for creatures we encounter. I have to make my assessment purely in observations. Well, that's what I'm gonna have to do for this guy. It just seems kind of funny. Dracula is this figure that everyone knows about, but when you look at this film, they really don't say very much about him. Well, no sense in lingering here. The children of the night beckon. We must press forward. Blow! Personality can be very important for a Paladin assessment. Knowing a subject's temperament, their motivations and interests, it can really help with making sure encounters with them are non-violent, or at least as smooth as we can get it. For Count Dracula, class is the word I have to go with. There's an air of civility, of propriety about his movements. Now, this is a thin, easily disrupted veneer. We see him break character when Renfield bleeds early on, his hunger clearly on display. There's a couple of other times, like his argument with Van Helsing, where he also drops the gentlemanly display, but he quickly tries to recover. It's pretty clear his motivations are all focused on snacking on people. This guy eats a lot of people. He snacks on Renfield, he eats the entire crew of the Vesta, walks 4 feet from there and snacks on a flower girl, turns Lucy into the Lady in White. It's all he seems to think about. Dracula, my man, the first step is admitting you have a problem. Yes, the meat and potatoes of any creature list. Now, I want to stress that we're only going off what we can observe from this specific film. That said, Dracula's list of powers isn't anything to sneeze at. First, of course, we have animal transformation. Specifically, we see him appear as a bat in several scenes. Now, I say appear and not transform because this was filmed in 1931. Heck, all his scenes as wolves were pretty much summed up by characters pointing off screen and saying, "Hey, look at that, a wolf. That's pretty crazy."
What's that? Running across the lawn. Looks like a huge dog.
Both Mina and Renfield also hint that he can appear as a mist, but their accounts of it are a little, foggy. Anyway, they refer to him appearing in a mist or from a mist, which could suggest either that he transformed into mist or that he simply summoned it to cover his movements. Because of an early scene in his castle where he seems to walk through a spiderweb without disturbing it, I'm going to go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt and say he can turn into mist. This one is minor, but he might have a mild form of telekinesis. We see doors in the castle open for him without being touched. It doesn't come up in any other forms like grabbing items or levitating objects, but it is something I'd want to note as a precaution. One of the powers we actually get to see demonstrated is a sort of mesmerism. He stares at his victim and they become subject to his will. We see him do this to a few servants throughout the movie, but when he tries it with Professor Van Helsing, he fails.
Your will is strong, Van Helsing.
Good to note when making my recommendations. He also appears to be able to communicate silently with his thralls, or perhaps telepathically. We see Renfield having one half of a conversation with Dracula, pleading for him not to force him to harm Lucy. Later he does this again by howling as a wolf and squeaking to Mina as a bat.
There's that bat again.
Yes?
Look out, you'll get in your hair.
Yes?
The biggest headache I had in this entire film, though, was attempting to calculate Dracula's strength. We don't see much from him in the strength department, no lifting cars or throwing boulders. But at the 3/4 mark of the film, we hear from a sanitarium worker that Renfield
Twisted and broken them iron balls as if they was cheese.
Van Helsing immediately attributes this not to the raving lunatic Renfield, but to his master Dracula. Now, the yield strength of iron is 7,250 psi, meaning that's what you'd need to apply to break it. If it sounds like I'm about to do a bunch of math for you, you're dead wrong. That's what the internet is for. A big shout out to Versus Battle Wiki and specifically user M3X. They looked at a scene from the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventures where Star Platinum ripped apart prison bars. Exactly what I'm looking for. Following M3X's math and substituting back in the yield strength for iron, 350 megapascals, the formula works out to 2.483, the approximate cross-sectional area of the bars, times 3.569, the tons per centimeter squared required to break iron, and we get a force of 8.861827 tons. Dracula can lift approximately 9 tons without breaking a sweat. Dracula can lift an African bush elephant. My math might be off, so please let me know down in the comments if you think I got something wrong, but assuming that was right, Dracula is a freaking beast. That's definitely going to bump up his threat score. Dracula appears almost indistinguishable from normal humans. We don't see any signs of pointed ears, hinged jaws, or anything that would give him away visually. Now, I'm not able to speculate on any difference in his internal structure, but we can speculate on his needs. He feeds on several people throughout the movie in what appears to be a very short time frame. The entire crew of the Vesta, for one. We hear from Van Helsing that
It must have blood, or he died.
this all seems to support the idea that Dracula is going to be spending the greater portion of his nights chowing down on people. That constant need for new blood, seemingly every day, will be a major point of consideration in the Paladin response. I'm hesitant to bring up his transformations into wolves and bats since we see so little of them. It seems like I'd just be talking about any normal wolf or bat, but Van Helsing does specifically say that shooting Dracula in his bat form won't hurt him.
What is it? Who is it, Martin? It's that big grey bat again. No use of wasting your bullets, Martin. They cannot harm that bat.
We see he recoils from crosses and is repelled by wolfsbane. Fun fact, paladins actually do utilize wolfsbane, but not for vampires. Anyway, he also doesn't appear in mirrors, a classic vampire trope. Bonus fun fact, the reason vampires classically didn't have reflection mirrors is because they were backed with silver. Theoretically, modern mirrors would show vampires just fine. Professor Van Helsing informs us of a few notable traits that will come in handy. First off, Dracula must return to his coffin, surrounded by earth from his homeland. He also quite clearly demonstrates that driving a stake into Dracula's heart ends this story really fast. The biggest thing I took away from that scene, however, wasn't how effective the staking was, but how easy it was. It appears that when Dracula settles down for his nap, he literally becomes a corpse. Van Helsing is able to poke around in his coffin, tear off the lid, smash it into pieces to make a stake, wait around while John finds him a rock to use as a hammer, and then just casually sets his stake in place and pounds that sucker in. Now, I'm not here to critique the movie itself, but that was kind of anticlimactic. And it's really going to drop down the Paladin threat level too. So a big part of my job is taking all the data I can collect on potential threats and calculating a threat level for paladins in the field. This is a number between 1 and 10 they use as a quick reference for what kind of trouble they should expect. Something harmless like, say, a cranky kobold probably ends up with a 1. 10s are reserved for legit world-ending calamities, so we don't hand those out casually. Think a meteor is hurtling toward Earth. I guess that wouldn't be a paladin threat. A demon meteor, a vampire meteor. You get the idea. Now, Dracula's strength is something to behold. If he manages to get his hand on a paladin, he could literally tear him limb from limb. The problem is, we don't see him do anything like that in the film. He resorts to everything else before physical violence and flees at exposure to a simple crucifix. Add to that the whole dead-by-day coffin issue, and really, I'm struggling to find a reason to rank him higher than 1. I suppose if met in the field during the night, without preparation, there's some opportunity for serious injury or even death. But with a modicum of preparation, Dracula is easily defeated. But he's Dracula, so I'll be kind and I'll bump him up to Paladin threat level 2. I'm going to be honest. This one is almost embarrassing. Strategy: find his coffin and wait. His victims don't turn immediately, so you have a little time. Wait until day and then, end him rightly? Obviously, kitted yourself out with some wolfsbane and crucifixes seems like a good strategy, but the way he just literally becomes a corpse during the day, it trumps everything. I want to suggest proper ammunition, blessed artifacts, or even just some armor to counter him, but frankly, I don't think any of that's needed. Just patience and knowledge of his home address, which he seems more than keen to share.
I'm Count Dracula. I have just leased Carfax Abbey.
I understand. It adjoins your ground.
The Count himself can be handled by a single Paladin. I would recommend notifying neighboring parishes about the existence of the Count, but that's just purely for safety's sake. Backup would be limited to the Paladin's personal preference. At most, I'd recommend utilizing the entire parish, 4 to 5 Paladins, merely to make locating him easier. Actually dispatching him is going to be as simple as pulling up your favorite Spotify playlist and waiting. Now, depending on what civilians he's threatening, you might utilize some wolfsbane and or crucifixes to keep him at bay. If I had to suggest a specific Paladin discipline to engage with him, I guess I'd lean toward the spiritualists, the Paladins that handle specters and demons, as they tend to train their mental defenses more and would have a better chance of resisting any mesmerism. Top recommendation though, do not engage. Track down his coffin and wait. Once he's out for the day, stake him and take an early lunch. Well, that's my analysis of Count Dracula as portrayed in the 1931 film. Does it seem about right, or did I do the Count dirty? Let me know down in the comments section. I gotta say, I was a little underwhelmed by Dracula as portrayed by Bela Lugosi. It makes sense that since he was more or less the first big vampire in fictions, that all the ones that came after him would be trying to outdo him. They get stronger and faster and all kinds of new powers. But that's kind of why I did him first. We've got a lot of vampires to go through this season, so I hope you'll stick around to see all of them. If you're enjoying Monster Menagerie, make sure you like and subscribe, and don't forget to hit that notification bell. Remember, we're going to take all our vampire specimens this year and rank them for how well they exemplify what makes a vampire a vampire. We're definitely going to need your help for that, so stick around to the end of the season and make sure you get your vote in. And while you're at it, shoot us a message to let us know who you want to see next. Drop it down in the comments, or hit us up on Twitter at Paladin Archive, singular, no S at the end, and let us know. Well, I gotta get back to work in the archives, so until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Bent and broke the iron bars like they was cheese. Hey everyone, welcome back to Monster Menagerie here at the Paladin Archives. It's me, your benevolent dispenser of cryptid lore, Mason Kren, and today we're continuing our voyage of vampirism. And since it's the month of love, I figured who else should we analyze but everyone's guilty, and occasionally not so guilty, high school crush, the main man of the Twilight Saga, Edward Cullen. Wait, come back! I promise this will be good. I know there are some of you in the audience that may have a certain disposition concerning the Twilight Saga, and while your opinions are valid, I think all fiction should be looked at with an open mind. Besides, I'm not here to say whether the franchise is good or bad, just to analyze Edward. Before we get too deep into this, I do want to take a moment to remind you that if you like Monster Menagerie and all the stuff we do at the Paladin Archives, make sure you check out The Paladin, link down in the description. Alright, let's go back over how this thing works. As we did with Count Dracula, we're going to take a look at the movie Twilight from 2008. Now, my job here at the Stewardship is to observe, monitor, and assess the threat level of creatures we may come across, and make recommendations for paladins in the field. So, we'll be doing that same thing here with Edward Cullen. Once again, we're only taking things we can observe in the specific source material, the movie Twilight. The rest of the saga, the original books, and all the extra materials that expand on the lore are off limits. Remember, this isn't an assessment of the film or the franchise as a whole. It's not a deep dive into the lore of Twilight. It's an assessment of Edward Cullen himself, based on only what we can observe in the first movie. When I assess threats for paladins in the field, I don't always have the luxury of lore or reference materials to fall back on, so often I have to make quick calls based purely on what I can observe. That's what we're doing here. So for everyone in the comments section saying I don't know anything about Twilight, yes, you're right. That's the point. Now remember, at the end of this season, we're going to stack all the vampires against each other and rank them to see which one most exemplifies what makes a vampire a vampire. I'm definitely going to need your input on that when the time comes. Now, without further ado, let's get this started. Oh, wait, if we're doing Twilight, I have to get us in the right mood for this. Let me hold on. There we go. All right, let's roll, Spider Monkey. From what we learn in the movie Twilight, Edward Cullen and his family have been around since the turn of the 20th century. Sometime around 1920, he was turned into a vampire, and he and his family subsequently had some run-ins with a Native American tribe in Washington state. Apparently the tribe are some form of changelings or lichens, but we'll look at that can of worms in a different video. The movie shows us the curse, for a lack of a better word, is passed through biting. It looks like they have the typical vampire trait of needing to drink blood, but according to Edward, they're vegetarians. That's actually interesting. You see, in the Order, when we deal with vampires, we typically make contracts with organized covens. We try to provide them with a steady supply of blood in exchange for them, not snacking on people. I've heard, though, that there are vampires that will feed on livestock or whatnot in lieu of human blood, though I'm not sure if that's as effective. And actually, I've even heard of vampires subsisting on coconut water, if you can believe it. What else have we got on him? Oh, well, apparently the family moves around every few years, and since Edward remains eternally 17, he keeps going to high school. A lot? Jeez, that sounds like hell. But it tells us a bit about his family's desire to integrate and live amongst normal humans. Always a good sign for paladins. We get a few contradicting glimpses into Edward's personality, but based on his interactions with Bella, we can see he and his family more or less tolerate, if not enjoy, the company of humans. He plays baseball, drives a car, goes to science class. About the only thing I can really say is that all that high school is probably taking a toll on his mental health. Surrounded by all that teenage angst for decades upon decades, it's no surprise his dominant personality trait seems to be Actually, now that I think about it, as a way to continue to adapt to modern culture, it's not bad. An issue many vampires face is getting stuck in their old culture. It's easy to keep up with trends and slang when you're a teen, but when you get older, you have less and less time. And especially since the advent of the internet, culture and language change so quickly, it's easy for vampires to think, I'm using terms from 1995. That's only 5 years ago, right? No, that's 25 years ago. Edward continuously exposing himself to youth culture is like language immersion. Like when you move to another country to learn the language. It helps him stay current with trends, new vocabulary, and thus keeps the suspicion off him. Now, I'm not really sure if it affects his threat level assessment, but there's a bit of concern for his lack of personal boundaries and proclivity for breaking and entering. It might be worth mentioning to any paladins that make contact his, habit of watching a nearly naked underage girl sleep. How does this shake out for paladin interaction, though? Probably more positive than negative. So far, the threat level seems to be fairly low, but let's check out his abilities. Okay, guys, bear with me here. This is going to be a long section. These vampires have a lot of powers to go over, and very little actually demonstrating them in a measurable way. I know I'm just begging for a horde of Twilight fans to storm my comment section telling me about other books or movies that explain how wrong I am. please understand, I'm doing my best to be fair to Edward based on what we can actually observe. There's just so much to analyze and so little to illustrate it, but I'll do my best. Within the film, it's not always clear what applies to all vampires and what only applies to Edward, but I'll try to peel it apart carefully, starting with Edward's unique power. In the movie, vampires share a common set of abilities, plus one, let's call it a super power. For Edward Cullen, this appears to be telepathy.
So what, you read minds?
I can read every mind in this room.
Definitely something to consider when assessing his threat level later. He is apparently barraged by it at all times, but is capable of screening out the noise when he doesn't want to focus on it. It also seems like he has quite the range as well. Not only is he able to hear the thoughts of the thugs in Port Angeles while tailing Bella, it appears that he's able to read his sister's mind from a couple of states away. Assuming Alice is indeed trying to share information with Edward, he's reading her thoughts while she's in Phoenix, Arizona, and he's in the vicinity of Forks, Washington, an approximate distance of 1,500 miles or 2,414 kilometers. I'm going to assume that's a selective ability that has to do with either him focusing, Alice focusing, or both, because hearing all the thoughts of every person within a 1,500 mile radius would drive him insane. In any case, it's still an incredible range. I think even Professor X needs Cerebro to get distance like that. Bella, for some reason, seems to be immune to this, which tells me there is a set of circumstances under which this power can be subverted. Possibly all the other superpowers of his family as well. Next we have his superhuman strength and speed. Not particularly unique amongst vampires in fiction, but certainly something to pay attention to. I had a heck of a time finding anything that actually demonstrated his strength or speed in a meaningful, measurable way, though. Now, before you race to the comments to tell me the obvious, yes, Edward does some impressive things. The problem is, we need to be able to measure what he's doing, running or lifting, to get an idea of his capabilities with any meaning. To that end, there are 3 scenes we're going to be visiting and revisiting to figure out Edward's strength and speed. The baseball game, the forest, and the van. Let's start with his strength. Now, because of the baseball scene in this movie, I figured calculating Edward's strength would be a home run. Well, it turns out it's more like a foul tip. Edward takes Bella out to the middle of nowhere to watch his family play baseball during a thunderstorm. I'm not going to waste time here critiquing the choices made by the Cullens during this scene, like placing Bella squarely in the path of an oncoming ball thrown by a superhuman vampire with no protection, or that she's within feet of a collision that creates a sound loud enough to be confused with thunder but has no ear protection. No, we're going to stay on topic. Ignoring the literally thunderous noise they're making, the presumably aluminum bats the Cullens use aren't damaged in this game. The ball isn't damaged. Now, it's not unheard of for aluminum bats to snap, even in softball, so I can only imagine these vampires should be going through these things in bulk, but neither bat nor ball seems all the worse for wear. It's hard to get a sense of distance in this scene, but that tree line doesn't seem all that much farther than a standard Major League outfield. And when we see the Cullens at bat, the ball doesn't seem to go any faster than a Major League hit. Actually, slower in some shots. Perhaps they're holding back? That would make some sense with Bella being there. In any case, we never see Edward at bat, so the scene does nothing to tell us about his personal strength. We hear in the movie that he's not the strongest one of his family, so even if we put him around Rosalie or his dad's strength, the scene doesn't really help much. How about the scene in the forest where he reveals his true nature to Bella? There, we see him rip a tree out and yeet that sucker. The problem here is we're once again lacking anything measurable that's actually impressive. We see him grab the tree by the roots, or by its trunk, I suppose it depends on which camera is aimed at him, and rip it free. This appears to be a sapling, or at least an immature tree, with its trunk only measuring about 4 inches or so in diameter. I'm not saying uprooting a tree isn't an impressive feat of strength, but this one isn't rooted into the ground, it's hanging off the side of a rocky area with most of its roots visible. Lifting it once free and even tossing it aside really aren't impressive feats for a superhuman, so all we can really go on is prying it loose from its rocky home, a feat that could probably be replicated by a sufficiently trained human. What about the van? I'm actually going to hold off on that for just a moment because that's more interesting than you think. Besides, that van scene is going to get a lot of mileage out of testing Edward's abilities. For now, let's put a pin in that and take a look at his speed. His running feats at the baseball game are okay, but not easily measurable. There's nothing here that lets me get a sense of distance over time. However, if we jump back to the forest scene, he scales a hill that gives us something to work with. In this scene, Edward tosses Bella on his back and hoofs it up this mountain so he can show her how sparkly he is at the top. If we assume Edward is 6'1", the height of Robert Pattinson, we can ballpark the distance he's moving. From the first tree in this shot to the second comes out to about 18 feet or 5.4864 meters. He covers that distance in about 0.75 seconds, so our velocity comes out to 6.858 meters per second, or roughly 15 miles per hour. Not especially impressive for a superhuman, but he is running uphill with a person on his back, so it's not like it's anything I could do. Where his speed really shines, however, is the infamous van scene. Here we see that Edward is across the parking lot from Bella, standing next to his car, his fellow Cullens, and their bright red car that we can use for reference. As the scene pulls back, we get a sense of distance. Now, the average US parking space is between 8 to 9 feet wide and 16 to 18 feet long, so let's be generous and assume these are big spaces. We're going to have to make some assumptions here, but I think we can get within a reasonable degree of certainty. Now, we know Edward didn't run straight through the cars to get to Bella because we can see him come in from the left side of the screen here. That means he most likely went at right angles along the paths between the parking spaces. If we count up the parking spaces side by side, we have 8 visible spaces Edward would have to move along, then about 3 spaces lengthwise. That comes out to a minimum distance of about 126 feet or about 38.4 meters. From the last time we see him by his car, it's approximately 3 seconds until we see him slip into frame with Bella. Now, let's plug in our numbers. Velocity equals distance over time. We have our distance, 38.4 meters, our time, 3 seconds, which gives us a minimum speed of 12.8 meters per second, or 42 feet per second. For the Americans, that's about 28.6 miles per hour, or 46 kilometers per hour for the rest of the world. That's, certainly faster than I can run. To put it in perspective, according to the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, Usain Bolt reached a top speed in his 100-meter world record run of 44.72 kilometers per hour, with an average speed of 37.58 kilometers per hour, about 27 and 23 miles per hour respectively for our American audience. So we know he can at least run on par with Olympic athletes, but it seems much slower than I expected. If you think I did the math wrong, please feel free to let me know in the comments section. Let's take a break from all that running and lifting and focus on Edward's super senses, something even harder to pin down. I'm aware from cultural osmosis that he has them, but within the single movie, Twilight, we don't see a ton of examples. Vision, taste, touch, hearing, all of them seem to be present. There's hints of their existence, but nothing concrete for me to really work off of. If you guys know of something specific from the first movie, feel free to drop the scene in the comments section, but as it stands, I can only really talk about Edward's sense of smell. My first thought was that vampires would be something like bloodhounds, but I think that's a poor comparison. Edward first takes visible notice of Bella's scent in the science classroom while she's standing in front of a fan. At that distance, anyone without a cold should be able to notice her perfume or shampoo. Furthermore, Edward actually gets much closer to her in the scene just before this, back in the cafeteria. He seems to take no notice of her scent there. Perhaps he hasn't associated it with someone interesting yet? In both scenes, there are certainly plenty of other scents that could interfere with his sense of smell, but it really seems like it's not a matter of distance, but range. I get the impression from this that Edward's sense of smell isn't about how close or far his subject is from him, but that he's instead smelling things a normal human can't. He's smelling in infrared, if you will. It would make sense that if his kind have evolved to hunt humans, that they would become particularly sensitive to the unique scents humans give off, something we can't really pick up ourselves. Add to this the fact that Bella's scent really only seems to be noticeable by him and even James the tracking vampire when the wind is favorable, and it really seems like it's not a matter of distance, it's just a matter of range. Moving on, if Edward is to be taken at his word, his very visage is crafted to entice humans.
Everything about me invites you in. My voice, my face, even my smell.
Something to consider when sending out a group to deal with him. There are a lot of students, though mostly male, that seem to have a distaste for him despite this, so it might not be a universally applicable trait. let's not forget that shimmering skin. When exposed to direct sunlight, he sparkles. Bella specifically says it's like diamonds.
It's like diamonds.
And I think that may be connected to his apparent invulnerability. For the record, we don't see his invulnerability on display in this movie, but he does say that dismemberment and burning is the only way to kill a vampire. It's possible that the vampirism in his world causes the skin to toughen, compress, perhaps calcify into a hard diamond-like state. His skin seems to still squish and move like normal humans when Bella, tests the elasticity of his epidermis. But that doesn't discount the idea. More study would be needed, but it's definitely something I'd put in my Paladin report. Lastly, there seems to be a weird, undescribed power Edward has that we see demonstrated but not really acknowledged. He seems to have a Spider-Man-esque wall-crawling ability, or perhaps the ability to control his own gravity, a la the Blob from X-Men comics. If you watch when he's climbing trees, the motion he's making is more akin to a doggy paddle than actually climbing. There's no gripping into the tree, no squeezing from the side, just this dog paddle-like maneuver. Furthermore, when he leaps from tree to tree, there's no arc from gravity pulling down on him. He sails across in straight lines despite his speed being relatively slow. This is supported even more when we go back to the scene where he saves Bella from being crushed. Remember that pin we put in the van scene? You thought I forgot, didn't you? We're told that it's his strength that stops the van, but being that Edward's mass is, presumably, the same as any human, a careening van should have knocked him into Bella's truck. The fact that he doesn't move can't be attributed to strength. He didn't punch the van, he held out his arm to stop it. This means he must be anchored to the asphalt in some way, like a concrete barrier. Either the aforementioned wall-crawling ability or him altering gravity could account for him not being knocked back. Now, while I'm sure Bella has a much more intimate familiarity with Edward's physiology than the movie allows us, I'm gonna take a stab at it. Stab? Like, with a steak? I'm hilarious. Anyway, we see that Edward and his family are all incredibly pale, even by the standard of white people living in the Pacific Northwest. It's unclear if it's a lack of blood or exposure to the sun, but since he's also apparently cold to the touch, I'd wager on the former. Surprisingly for a vampire, we see no appearance of fangs in this movie, even when he's fighting James in the ballet studio and they get all rah, 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 grr, rah, rah, rah. Just nothing but perfect pearly whites. Makes me wonder if Dad Cullen is a doctor or a dentist. Beyond that, we don't see anything else that really stands out. No hinged jaws, no proboscis, no black eyes. Again, it's mentioned at least twice that the only way to kill them, or at least the most effective at the moment, is dismemberment followed by immolation.
I've had to fight our kind before, not easy to kill, but not impossible. We'll tear them apart and burn the pieces.
Good thing to know for later. Okay, so now we're going to bring together all that information to consider the Paladin threat level. If you don't remember from last time, when we send out Paladins to take care of situations, we try to give them a threat level for quick reference. It lets them understand at a glance how dangerous a situation might be. I tend to err on the side of caution and overrate threats, but that can lead to its own set of problems. The scale ranges from 1 to 10, with 1 being something like, pixies. They're annoying, but short of getting their hands on something dangerous, they themselves are likely not a big threat. 10, on the other hand, is a world-ending threat, so think like Cthulhu just appeared off the coast of New York and has begun singing the song that will end reality. Edward certainly has the capacity to do some real damage, but based on what we see in the movie, it seems like he's much less likely to attack than to try to reason with a paladin. He has a clear affection for humans, and that whole veggie vampire thing doesn't hurt. Assuming he's in his right frame of mind and he's just, I don't know, peeping on underage girls or something, I don't think his threat level is particularly high. I'm going to go ahead and give him a threat level of 2. Now, let's assume a paladin in the field accidentally ran over Bella Swan. That whole incident in Port Angeles tells me that when she's involved, he can at least consider full-on murder. Now we have to actually contend with all those powers. Assuming it's just him and not his whole family, I'd bump that up to threat level 3. Now, You're probably yelling at me that Edward can literally rip a Paladin agent to pieces, and maybe he can? But I'm just going off what I can observe in the movie, and I don't see him doing anything more dangerous than the typical vampires we deal with at the stewardship. Maybe he has enough strength to throw a car, but the movie doesn't show me that. Maybe he's fast enough to outrun a different car he didn't throw, but again, the movie doesn't show me that. Based on his fight with James and everything else we see in this movie, Edward Cullen gets an upper limit of Paladin threat level 3. You'll need a plan, you'll need some gear, and you'll probably need backup. Okay, let's look at possible ways to contain him. Firstly, negotiations are not only on the table, but preferable, unless we're in the aforementioned Bella as a pancake scenario. This could very easily be solved non-violently. But if something happens to Bella, we're going to have to deal with all those powers. If he really does have super senses, assaulting them might be a good way to throw him off. Flashbang grenades, LRADs, or long-range acoustic devices, a malodorant, that's a fancy word for a stink bomb, could all give a Paladin the edge in detaining him. A common tactic we have for stronger, larger targets is the use of charge rounds. They're like self-contained tasers that are fired from a rifle. I'm not certain if normal ammunition or blades would pierce Edward's skin, but if we hit him with a high enough charge, it won't matter how strong he is. If his muscles lock up, he can't hurt anyone. The real issue might be containing him. Assuming his strength is only what we see on display, high-grade restraint should be enough. If he's stronger, we might need a specialized cage for transport. He doesn't sleep, so I wonder if traditional sedatives would even work to knock him out. It'd be worth a shot. If I was pressed, I suppose the fact that he needs blood regularly might be exploitable. We might be able to either starve him into submission or, if we can pierce that diamond skin, drain him enough to weaken him. Lastly, assuming capture isn't the goal, well, they make reference to immolation being the only way to kill a vampire. Incendiary rounds, or if you're desperate, perhaps something as simple as a Molotov cocktail could be used to bring Edward down in a more, permanent fashion. Again, this is all based on just one source, the Twilight movie. It's my job here at the Stewardship to assess and make recommendations for Paladins before they go out. What they choose to do after is up to them. With that all in mind, my recommendation is, first and foremost, negotiation. It seems likely Edward would be open to talking. That means a peaceful solution is probably possible. I think the big issue here, though, is going to be who gets sent out to deal with him. Usually the Stewardship would determine which Paladins get sent out based on location and area of discipline, but Edward is unique. That telepathy means we need to make sure whoever we send out is genuine in their efforts to work with him. Since I don't know all the Paladins in the Stewardship personally, my recommendation is to put this out to all the available parish fathers and trust their judgment of their subordinates. If we get a loose cannon out there that tries to schmooze him with pretty words but is thinking about putting a bullet in his head, things are going to escalate quickly. Now, assuming Bella is smushed and Edward is on a kill spree, we have to change up tactics. Armored vestments, holy water, why not try, sensory assault devices, and stun rifles with charge rounds. Highest charge. Make sure to take a full squad and notify neighboring parishes. The need for backup on this one seems likely, well, prudent at least. With that telepathy, he'd easily be able to track any Paladins in the area. I don't have any immediate suggestions for avoiding detection via telepathy. Maybe focus on spiritualists, the Paladins that specialize in demons and ghosts, since they're trained to keep their thoughts and emotions in check. They tend to be less efficient in direct combat though, so there's a trade-off. Now, I can't guarantee that movie creatures of any kind obey the laws of our world, but assuming these vampires do, see if the scanners here at the Stewardship can get a beat on him, try to track his dark energy. Paladins in the field should use standard tracking methods, either sensing by themselves or using their devices, and try to cut off his escape. Now perhaps it's just because that James guy was a vampire, but it didn't seem like Edward's telepathy proved particularly useful in combat, so standard anti-freak engagement left up to the responding Paladin's discretion. Constant sensory assault and liberal use of charge rifles if we're bringing him in, fire-based attacks if not. If we can pierce his skin, attempt to drain enough blood to weaken him. Recommend blessed manacles to bring him in. Not sure if they'd have any effect, but it's worth trying. Prepare a reinforced cage with constant sensory attacks to keep him disoriented. Well, that's my analysis of Edward Cullen. If anything, I certainly came to the conclusion that he's much less Incredible Hulk and much more Captain America. He's like the peak of human conditioning. Obviously, there's a lot more we learn in the other movies and books and whatnot, but based solely on Twilight, how do you think I did? Edward was a more interesting case than I assumed when I started this movie. There's a lot to consider. He's kind of unique among fictional vampires. He's definitely more dangerous than Count Dracula, I'll say that much. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Monster Menagerie. Remember, at the end of the year, we're bringing all our vampire subjects together and ranking those bad boys. We're going to put out a poll for everyone to join in on and tell us where you think they rank, so make sure you keep an eye out for it. So, who's your favorite so far? Dracula? Edward? I have a feeling there might be a leaning in one direction, but I'll keep my opinions to myself. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell if you enjoyed this, and why don't you drop down to the comment section and tell us who you want to see next. Follow us on Twitter at Paladin Archive, no S at the end, and drop some monster requests there too. Well, I have to head back into the archives before Maddie realizes I'm not back from lunch. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Alright, hold on, Spider Monkey. Welcome back to the Paladin Archives. My name is Mason Kren, and this is Monster Menagerie. Anyway, this is the show where I guide you through our year-long trek of fictional beasties. Of course, this, our inaugural year, we're starting with the granddaddy of all classical monsters, the vampire. We've already taken a look at both Count Dracula and Edward Cullen, so if you haven't seen those videos, there should be a link on screen to send you that way. I had a blast researching those guys, but now it's time to dig into a more contemporary vampire, one that held the internet hostage for the majority of 2021. Yes, I'm talking about the 9-foot, 6-inch vampire mommy that made many a player question their personal kinks, Lady Dimitrescu. Now, to be clear, I'm aware that Capcom apparently didn't put a lot of effort into figuring out how that name would be pronounced properly, but since we go by what we can observe here on Monster Menagerie, I'm using the pronunciation she uses. If you're new to the series, my job with the Paladin Order is to observe, monitor, and assess threat levels of any creatures we may come across, so that I can make useful recommendations to any of the paladins in the field that may encounter trouble. We're going to be looking into all the scenes in Resident Evil Village that may have pertinent information to Lady Dimitrescu and analyzing her abilities and threat level. We're not looking at any DLC, any extended lore, or outside sources that can clarify her abilities and powers. What we see in-game is what I have to work with. Oh, also, don't forget that in December, we're going to take all the vampires we've looked at through the year and stack them up against each other to see which one is the best of the best when it comes to vampires. Keep your eyes peeled because we'll have polls for you to make sure your voice is heard. Dracula? Edward Cullen? Lady Dimitrescu? Who else is going to join the list? Well, make sure you like and subscribe to find out. Okay, I think I've stalled enough. It's time to grab our winter coats and make that long trek up to Castle Dimitrescu. I hope you've got your green herbs and chem fluids ready because it's time to craft us a Monster Menagerie analysis. Okay, so this is going to be a little awkward. With our last two entrants, Dracula and Edward, the source material was simply a movie. Watch it several times, and that's all I can draw from. Lady Dimitrescu is from a game, which is a much more interactive medium. The way I analyze things, it took me almost 6 hours to do my first watch of Twilight, a 2-hour movie. Being that I am both horrible at these kind of games and don't have easy access to it, I'm relying on Let's Plays, which admittedly limits my ability to explore the medium. Still, as this is an observation-based analysis, I think we can still learn quite a bit that's relevant. My mistakes, and there will be a few, should at least give you an idea of how the Paladin Order ascertains threats. Sometimes we get it wrong. Lady Alcina Dimitrescu was born sometime in the early 1900s, like Edward. A noblewoman and descendant of one of the founding lineages of the game's titular village, she was afflicted with a hereditary blood disease of some sort. We can assume this likely came from the aristocracy's habit of choosing mates from a very limited pool of candidates. What I'm saying is, I have a feeling the Dimitrescu ladies didn't need to change their last names after getting married. Apparently they were good at making wine though, so maybe that was worth all the cousin dating. At some point, she returned to the village to meet up with Mother Miranda and was experimented on. I suspect this was under the guise of curing her hemophilia, but I'm not certain. What I do know is she had a strange insect called a kudoo implanted into her, and it turned her into, a big vampire mommy. Wow, that is a big lady. What was I saying? Right, bugs! A center point of the game seems to be this insect called a kudoo created by the game's villain, Mother Miranda. From the logs in-game, we learn that Miranda was looking for a host for her daughter, and our beloved Lady Dimitrescu was one of several possible candidates. One bug insertion later, and she's altering her body and chomping down on people. I assumed at first her size might have been the results of her parents hooking up at a family reunion, as is the style of the aristocracy. But there's a medical report in-game that actually addresses that. Apparently her rapid regeneration is the source of Dimitrescu's staggering height. So tall. Here's a first for Monster Menagerie. At one point after becoming a vampire, she experimented with some girls from the nearby village, and after letting kudoo flies eat them, boom! She got herself 3 daughters. I bring this up because, much like the player character Ethan Winters, any paladins that deal with Lady Dimitrescu will have to deal with Bella, Daniela, and Cassandra too. So, for the following segments, I'll make sure to do a quick mini-analysis of the daughters. Okay, I think that's all the pertinent information. And I only got distracted, once. Yeah. Let's do personality. Okay, maybe this segment was a mistake. She, Lady Dimitrescu was a noble, or at least from a noble lineage. It seems when she arrived at the village, she took to her new role as, Countess, I think it is? She took to her role quite, enthusiastically. One might say she's rather, commanding, dominating, even. Whatever adjectives you choose to use, she certainly embraces her role at the top of the hierarchy. She definitely sees herself as a higher class than, literally anyone else in the game, besides Mother Miranda. She has no compunctions against torture and murder, has basements literally flooded with blood, or wine? I wasn't really certain when I watched through, but either way, says quite a bit about her. She has torture rooms, her family killed maids for the smallest infractions, and apparently hung men up as hollowed-out scarecrows. Like Dracula, I want to say her defining feature is class, but then I'd be lying. Even Dracula was able to keep himself composed when things didn't go his way. Lady Dimitrescu is cruel and barbarous right from the start. Dracula snacked on people to sustain himself. Edward and his family dined on animals to avoid that. Dimitrescu revels in her human Lunchables. Of course, that attitude is clearly apparent in her daughters as well. They are cruel and merciless and absolutely dedicated to their mother. They revel in the taste of blood, delight in causing Ethan Winters pain, and seem to be, in scientific terms, out of their freaking minds. All this makes for quite the start on her paladin threat level, and we haven't even gotten to her abilities. One nice thing about this game, it does specifically spell out her basic abilities. Of course, I'm still observing her actions in-game, but the player can find a medical report that flat out says what she can do. Subject name, Alcina Domitrescu. Can-do affinity, most favorable. Brain functions, normal. Regeneration is incredibly fast. The subject can heal any external wound within seconds and grow her nails into claws in mere moments. Rapid regeneration also means an increased body size. Note: due to hereditary blood disease, the subject must ingest human flesh and blood on a regular basis to maintain regeneration properties. I suspect that if the subject's regeneration is not properly balanced, she may mutate uncontrollably. An unfit vessel forever. Rapid regeneration, the ability to morph her nails into claws, her large stature. All of these are spelled out by the game in logs and in gameplay, with the bonus that we get to see her turn into a dragon thing later in the game. That certainly makes my job easier. We don't see anything else really show up. If she can morph into other forms, she doesn't in-game. There is a mention that she is, quote, arbitrarily able to control body transformation, but it wasn't clear, at least to me, what that actually meant. If she has super strength, well, that's not really on display either. If we account for her size increasing her muscle mass, about the most intense feat of strength we see her display is either slamming Ethan Winters through the castle floor or yeeting a vanity in anger. Side note, would you guys be interested in a bonus video about Ethan Winters? I know nothing about this man outside the scenes where he interacts with Lady Domitrescu. Again, I didn't play the game, I just watched it. Trust me, I would have learned nothing by playing this game. Too much to scare the crap out of me and distract me. Either way, Ethan is such a beast. He gets his hands impaled, rips the hooks clean through them between the fingers, and even gets his freaking hand cut off. That just feels like an episode in and of itself. Anyway, Ethan gets chokeslammed through the castle floor, which we don't really know the condition of. Castle Domitrescu seems to be quite old, and you can see real signs of neglect and decay throughout it. We can see in this scene that as Lady Domitrescu continues to slam Ethan's head against the floor, it splinters, revealing it to be wooden. Normally I do some fancy math here to figure out how many newtons of force it would take to break through that wood, but come on, it's just wood and it's an old castle. She's strong, no doubt, but nothing outside the realm of human abilities. Large human abilities, but human nonetheless. As for that vanity, yes, it looks heavy, but she uses both hands and just kind of heaves it. A gentle toss. It goes maybe about 10 feet or so. Now, that is definitely a heavier vanity than I could lift, but it still isn't outside the realm of human abilities. At no point did she hurl something across the room or smash down a castle wall while in her vampire form. I'd say that for Domitrescu's size, her strength is about what we should expect. Monstrous for a human. Let's take a quick sidestep to analyze the three vampire daughters of Domitrescu. Right off the bat, we can see where they set themselves apart from their mother. Bugs. Lots of bugs. From the files in-game, we learn that the three girls, Bella, Daniela, and Cassandra, were experimented on by Lady Domitrescu. Flies literally consumed their bodies, then slowly became them? They seem to have lost whatever previous identity they had and gladly accepted Domitrescu as their mother. But those flies didn't go away. They appear to be literally made of the weird insects. At a whim, the girls can dissipate into clouds of the insects. Now, from what I observed in-game, it doesn't look like the individual insects share information with them. They can't spy with them. Ethan runs from them at various points in the game, and even though the bugs are literally popping out of his hands... I'm sorry, I just need a moment. This game... Anyway... the daughters appear none the wiser about his actual location when chasing him. Just to be clear, we do see similar clouds of bugs come from Lady Domitrescu in her monster dragon form, but only then. If she has the same ability normally, she doesn't demonstrate it. Let's look at their regeneration next. For both Dimitrescu and her daughters, the game doesn't show them actually healing so much as just shrugging off attacks. Initial encounters show that any damage you try to inflict on them is more or less ignored. According to the in-game files, this is their, quote, incredibly fast regeneration rate. This would seem to make them functionally invulnerable, but this is a video game and it'd be pretty boring if they didn't have some kind of weakness. For the girls, it's the cold. Apparently the insects that comprise them are susceptible to low temperatures, so when it's cold, they're vulnerable to common attacks. Guns, explosives, knives, etc. For the lady herself, it's a bit more complicated. From what we can observe, the cold doesn't seem to have any noticeable effect on her like it does for her daughters. The key to her invulnerability appears to be a blade coated in just, like, all the poisons. There's a file that mentions the Dagger of Death's Flowers, a blade coated in, quote, poisons from across the continent. When Ethan stabs Lady Dimitrescu with it, she freaks out and loses control of her shape and turns into that weird dragon knucklavy thing. In that form, she's vulnerable to Ethan's attacks. Conventional weaponry seems more than adequate to enter, even if it does take a while. But since we're here, let's look at this white dragon form of hers. She can fly, that's apparent. She gets quite the bump in strength, as we can see her bashed through the castle wall. Now, I can't calculate her force exactly, but I think I can get within the ballpark. She breaks through castle walls and ramparts a few times in the boss fight with Ethan. Most of the castle is made of brick and mortar, but when she first transforms, you can clearly see chunks of the wall are solid stone. Some of these pieces are easily a meter thick. If we're generous and say these are sandstone slabs that make up the wall, then all we need to do is look up the ultimate tensile strength of sandstone, which is about 25 megapascals. To make it easy, let's say the Dragon Maw contacts the solid stone wall with an area of about 1 meter squared. Let's magic a little math off screen for you guys, and you end up with a force of about, holy crap, 2,552 metric tons. Oh, that is a huge difference in strength from her human form. If I did my math right, Dragon Dimitrescu is easily our strongest vampire to date. If you recall, I said in the first episode of Monster Menagerie that Count Dracula could lift an African bush elephant. Lady Dimitrescu is exerting a force equivalent to 400 elephants. Man, and I thought her stepping on you was going to be the most dangerous thing she did. Oh boy. Okay, I guess I'm obligated to explore Lady Dimitrescu's physique. Well, first off, she's obviously quite large. She's incredibly pale, and I think she may suffer from hemophilia. Hemophilia, for those that don't know, is a rare genetic condition that keeps the blood from clotting. It can shorten lifespans, especially back in Lady Dimitrescu's time before she became a vampire. Apparently, her mutation process didn't actually cure her, so that is something to consider in her assessment. Let's see, no visible fangs on her or her daughters, though the latter do have just like all the bugs around them. They are covered in flies for most of the game. I guess what I'm getting at is these ladies aren't fooling anyone. Even Dracula looked more normal than them. Again, we know from the in-game journals that the cold weather weakens the girls, and despite her healing factor, Lady D herself is susceptible to poison. She also appears to be in dire need of food once she was stabbed. We hear her say, "Flesh, bones, I will devour you all," during the fight, as well as, "Not enough blood, more blood," and "I need your flesh." This all suggests to me that her healing ability is failing her, and rather quickly. Without his flesh and blood, she can't regenerate. Ooh, I almost forgot to bring this up, but well, I think Lady Dimitrescu may have some visual and auditory impairments. There's no logs on this, but if we pay attention, every time Ethan Winters enters a room with Lady Dimitrescu, she doesn't notice him. He typically grunts, sighs, or otherwise makes noise on these wooden floors that would normally alert someone to the presence of a second person, but she takes no notice. He breaks pottery, slams doors, and otherwise makes a lot of noise while the Countess and her daughters are actively looking for him. Even when the lady does finally notice him, she has trouble staying on task, often losing him when he dips through doors. Perhaps her mutation has affected her sense of object permanence? To further this, she's also incredibly slow. Perhaps it's because of her heels, but Ethan Winters is able to play keep away with her just by circling furniture. She never runs, never seems to be in a hurry. And well, on top of it all, he seems to be able to block and parry her slashing attacks with just the barrel of his pistol in his bare hands. Okay, let's pull all that knowledge together. As you may recall, when I report to paladins in the field, I often give them a paladin threat level. A quick reference to help them understand at a glance how dangerous the situation is. The scale goes from 1 to 10, with 1 being minor nuisances and 10 being legitimate world-ending apocalypses. So, like, if Aunt Dolores found a grimoire at a garage sale and accidentally turned her cat into a cobra, that's a 1. A single paladin can take care of that in an afternoon. 10 is more like, explorers unsealed a cursed vault that opened up into the bowels of the 7th hell and archdemons appeared to usher in Armageddon. Doubtful I'm gonna list any 10s this year. I'm going to start with the daughters. It looks like they're able to form sickles as their main weapons and transform into clouds of bugs. Normal attacks against them would prove fruitless, but their actual attack capacity doesn't seem to be outrageous. Deadly, of course, but not beyond what a good anti-freak or anti-heretic paladin could handle. Seeing as how the entire castle is surrounded by freezing temperatures, I don't think it's too hard for a good paladin to figure out how to introduce the cold into their attack strategy. Oh, I just realized, I immediately assumed we're not taking these ladies alive. I'd normally want to consider that as an option, but, well, I think most of you would probably agree with me. That's not an option here, right? Anyway, for the girls, I'd give them individually a paladin threat level of 3. I know that sounds low, but the scale is weighted toward the bottom. A 3 is pretty dangerous by normal terms. So long as these are one-on-one fights, though, a single paladin shouldn't have too much of an issue neutralizing their targets. Even if all 3 appeared together, your typical paladin parish has at least 4 knights in it, so they should be good. Okay, now on to Lady Domitresque. I'm gonna have to rate her human and dragon forms separately, as they are vastly different in threat level. Assuming she hasn't been stabbed, an encounter with Lady Domitresque might actually go your way so long as you can walk faster than 3 miles per hour. Unlike her daughters, she doesn't lunge at Ethan. She follows him slowly, despite screaming about her hatred of him. I might think this was her playing with her food or something, but even when her daughters are all dead and she's supposedly trying to get revenge, Ethan can easily juke her like a toddler ditching their parent at Walmart. I think I might actually rate Vampire Domitresque a 2. If she catches you, you're in trouble, but that is a seriously big if. Now, Dragon Domitresque, there's a real threat. While she still seems much less focused on outright killing her prey instead of playing with it, she has considerably more capacity to kill like this. She's faster, she flies, she has insane strength, and she can send out those hordes of insects. She is, at least, vulnerable in this form, but also much more dangerous. Ethan, despite what a beast he is still just one person with what I take to be little formal training. While I wouldn't suggest a single paladin take on Lady Domitresque, I can see them being capable of taking her down. I think her blood disease may provide an avenue of attack. A powerful hemotoxin may open her up to attack like the Dagger of Death's Flowers did. For her dragon form, I give Lady Domitresque a paladin threat level of 3. Okay, so let's spitball what we can actually do to harm these ladies. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say negotiation or containment aren't the goal. So long as they remain in their element, both the girls and the lady are virtually invulnerable. For the girls, we need to get them cold. So, much like Ethan, we need to look at blowing holes in that castle, explosive charges, maybe even just some grenades. I've heard the Patronage has some cryo gear. I haven't seen it myself, but I think it's basically a rifle connected to a tank that expels liquid nitrogen. That would be pretty good for both the swarms of insects and the girls themselves, assuming we can requisition one. Best to have a backup plan just in case. Lady Dimitrescu is a tough nut to crack, though. She's basically invulnerable in her human state, but considerably more lethal in her dragon state. She shouldn't be too hard to avoid in the former state. From what I can see, she doesn't seem to be all that observant. She moves slow and seems very easy to avoid. This could come in handy for setting up a trap or otherwise getting things ready for her. Now we see that the Dagger of Death's Flowers was able to impart its deadly coating to Lady Dimitrescu without too much hassle. That tells me darts could be an effective option. Poison, tranquilizers, maybe even the hemotoxin I mentioned earlier could be utilized to bring her down. In fact, while I doubt circumstances would allow, I can envision a very narrow series of events that would lead to her being tranquilized, removed from the castle, and carefully drained of her blood until her healing was no longer a threat. The in-game note on her condition says, due to hereditary blood disease, the subject must ingest human flesh and blood on a regular basis to maintain regeneration properties. I suspect that if the subject's regeneration is not properly balanced, she may mutate uncontrollably. When we talked about Edward Cullen, I mentioned that draining him of blood is a viable tactic we can implement against vampires to weaken them, but that log entry has me questioning the viability when it comes to Lady Dimitrescu. Would she simply weaken enough to be neutralized, or would she automatically change into her dragon form and make things 1,000 times worse? It may not be worth the danger to attempt that route. It seems like any way you cut it, you're going to have to fight her in her dragon form. Might as well do it right away. Let's just be straight here. There's no negotiation with these ladies. They delight in death and torture. My recommendations here will all be for neutralization. Full parish dispatch, so minimum of 4 paladins. As always, I recommend backup, but paladins never seem to listen. Focus on anti-freak, anti-heretic containment strategies. Lady Dimitrescu appears to enjoy delegating, so I think it's likely our paladins in the field will face the daughters first. Recommendations? Cold weather gear, obviously. Thick coverings and facial protection to keep the bugs out. Explosives to introduce cold weather. If we can requisition it, cryo gear. Freeze, then attack liberally with conventional firearms. For Lady Dimitrescu, poison darts. Hemotoxins if possible. Focus on either poisoning her or getting her to bleed. As much as I'd like to have the responding paladins take her out in her vampire form, I have the sneaking suspicion she'll only be vulnerable in her dragon form, so expedite the situation. She's easy to lead on, so distraction tactics to set her up for the most favorable conditions for the responding paladins. Trigger her transformation, then liberal use of conventional weapons targeting the torso sticking out of the dragon's back. With a little planning and proper cooperation, a single parish should be more than capable of neutralizing both the girls and Lady Dimitrescu. Well, that's Lady Dimitrescu, and I managed to get throughout it without mentioning her stepping on me more than once. It was a little prickly trying to do the research on this one, but I think I managed to get everything we needed. What do you think? I'm sure there's some, let's call them fans of Lady Dimitrescu who might be disappointed with my assessment, but I promise I tried to be as fair as I could. So, who's your favorite vampire so far? Lady Dimitrescu? Edward Cullen? Perhaps the original vamp, Count Dracula? We're starting to gather a nice little collection here, and once we have them all, we're going to be ranking them on which one best exemplifies the virtues of vampirism. Make sure you stick around to vote in that poll because it's going to be a lot of fun. I stream over on Twitch too. Sometimes games I'm reviewing for my side hustle, sometimes research like I did for Lady Dimitrescu. And of course, if you're enjoying the world of the Paladin archives, make sure you swing by to check out the debut novel, The Paladin, that recounts some of the adventures of our little clandestine group. If you have a suggestion for which vampire we should cover next, drop it down in the comment section or hit us up on Twitter @PaladinArchive. For now, I gotta get back to work. We got a new shipment of grimoires in, and Maddie hates checking those in by herself. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Official Capcom sources say that Lady Dimitrescu's feet are 44 centimeters long or 17.3 inches. There. Now you're burdened with this knowledge too. Hello everyone, and welcome once again to the Paladin Archives. My name is Mason Kren, and I am your humble guide to all things monstrous. I'm so happy to have you back because, man, I made a heck of a sacrifice on this one. Hit the bumper. Yes, this is Monster Menagerie here at the Paladin Archives, where I, Kren, analyze the origins, physiology, and powers of media's greatest, and not so greatest, monsters, and then give my official Paladin threat assessment and recommendation. This month, we're really feeling it, guys. This month, we're morbing out. Yes, it's the pseudo-MCU's Michael Morbius. And before we get started, please like and subscribe, guys. I sat through this movie multiple times. I think I earned a like, don't you? I'm gonna put my feelings about the movie itself aside and focus on our living vampire himself. But seriously, if you haven't seen this movie, don't. Just don't. Nothing about it made sense. It might literally be harmful to your brain. And this is coming from the guy that had to watch Twilight several times. Anyway, before we get too deep in that, I'd just like to go through our standard pleas for love and attention. If you like what we do here at the Paladin Archives, make sure you check us out on Twitter, take in a live stream over at Twitch, and of course, most importantly, The Paladin's the story of young priest in training Jonathan Sutter, who is brought in to assist with a demonic exorcism. When everything goes wrong and Jonathan loses his mentor to the powers of hell, the Order steps in to offer him a way to seek retribution. Dark, funny, a little scary. Think Dresden Files meets SCP and you're on your way. Once again, you can swing by MatthiasTautimus.com to read the first 3 chapters of The Paladin and see some really cool artwork. Oh, also remember that come December, we're going to hold a poll to decide which of the vampires we've looked at this year is the most vampiric of the lot. Which bloodsucker will reign supreme? Stick around to make sure your vote is cast. Okay, enough shilling. Let's get to what you're here for. Watching me flounder as I try to conceptualize Morbius. Let's grab some blue and set our timers because we're all about to morb out. Dr. Michael Morbius was born with a rare blood disease. He spent his entire childhood in Greece at a special hospital where daily blood transfusions were required to keep him alive. His condition meant that he could only move around with the aid of crutches. He was apparently incredibly bright. So bright, I have a hard time comprehending exactly how he did what he did in the movie, but perhaps that's my shortcoming. He dedicated his life to curing the disease shared by him and his childhood friend, whose real name he continued to refuse well into adulthood, eventually creating an artificial blood that helped revolutionize medicine. His accomplishments were acknowledged by the Nobel Prize Board, whose award he flew all the way to Sweden to turn down in person at the ceremony. With the support of that same friend, whose name did not seem important enough to remember properly, he funded his research into curing their shared disease. By splicing vampire bat DNA with human DNA, he created a serum that temporarily cured their condition, with only the slight side effect of turning him into a vampire. Like, straight up. He requires human blood on a regular basis, though apparently he can temporarily stave off the ill effects of his new condition by drinking his blue, artificial blood. You know, there are a couple of ways known to the Paladin Order to become a vampire. Shoving bat DNA into your veins is not one of them. But I'm sure that's the last of the odd stuff we have to worry about. Let's press forward. As mentioned before, Morbius is quite bright. With that intelligence, however, seems to come a certain air of aloofness. He's not particularly violent by nature, but he does seem to pick and choose who he treats with common respect. Little girls in the hospital? Check. Nobel Prize Board? No go. Overall, he doesn't seem to have a particularly violent personality, at least when he's not on red. He treats others well enough, doesn't pick fights, and otherwise seems quite reasonable, if somewhat condescending. Also, he really loves origami. Not much else to say about that. Okay, now this is where we're going to get wild. We finally have a legit comic book superhero on the show. You'd think that would have made researching this more fun. Anyway, after injecting himself with a serum made from, bat DNA, he gained a suite of powers rather reminiscent of your typical vampire. Let's go down the list. Super strength? Check. Super speed? Double check. The movie actually says,
I have the constitution of an Olympic athlete, increased strength and speed that can only be described as superhuman.
He's strong enough to break through reinforced glass and can react fast enough to dodge bullets fired from an assault rifle. And that's just in the first 30 seconds of him being a vampire. He's able to leap long distances, playing hopscotch across the New York City skyline, grows his fingers into claws, not quite up to the level of Mamitresque, but, still impressive, and gains hearing so good he can use it for echolocation and even pinpoint a single voice across the city. Now, just how strong is he? Well, that one's a bit of a problem. The two big exhibitions of power we see are when he breaks through the security glass on the ship and again in the prison. Note that in the prison, he attacks the glass and not the concrete wall. Most prisons don't use full-on bulletproof glass as firearms are strictly controlled within their walls. Instead, they use various types of security glass meant to resist attacks from weapons and scratching. If we assume he's breaking through the higher-end stuff, he needs to exert a force of 200 megapascals to break out of the prison, which converts to 2.09 tons per centimeter squared. He cracks it with his fist, but then shatters it with a kick from both feet, so we'll estimate the area of his feet is about 1 foot square or 30.5 centimeters square. Now that we have matching measurement types, we can put in our formula. 30.5 times 2.09 to give us 63.7 tons of force. Very respectable. Since we seem to like comparing things to Dracula himself, if the Count can lift 1 African bush elephant, then Morbius can, theoretically, lift 9. Once again, my math might be wrong, and I welcome any corrections down in the comments section, but that does seem to match up to what we see in the movie. Next, let's see just how fast he's actually reacting. In this early scene, just after he gets his powers, Morbius is shot at by an assault rifle at nearly point-blank range. According to the Internet Movie Firearms Database, yes, that is a real website, and it is glorious for people like me, the mercenaries on the ship are using CZ Scorpion Evo 3A 9x19mm. Plain old Wikipedia tells me this submachine gun has a muzzle velocity of 370 meters per second. Looking at the scene in the ship, it's hard to tell how far away the man firing at Morbius is, but I think we can ballpark it. I'm gonna say maybe 6 meters? Close enough for government work. Velocity equals distance over time. Work backwards, and 6 meters divided by 370 meters per second gives us a time of 0.0162 seconds. That's 1/100th of a second that it takes to travel from the barrel of the gun to Morbius' position. That's his reaction time. 1/100th of a second to process and move. But he does still have to move, so how fast is he moving to dodge the bullet? Well, let's assume he only needs to move half his body width for the bullet to miss him. Thanks to CelebrityInside.com, we can see that Jared Leto's chest is 43 inches, which I believe is all the way around, so cut that in half and we have 21.5 inches. Cut that in half again to get the number we want, and we have 10.75 inches or 27.305 centimeters. Once more, velocity equals distance over time. Our distance is 27.305. Divide that by 0.0162 seconds, and we have 1,685 centimeters per second. Let's make that mean something. Move the decimal place to get meters, and Dr. Michael Morbius is moving 16.85 meters per second, or 37.69, nice, miles per hour. That doesn't sound terribly impressive, but you have to remember he's going that fast instantaneously. The average human takes 0.25 seconds to respond to visual stimulus, and Morbius is doing so in 0.0162 seconds. That's 15 times faster than the average human. The average human blink is only 0.3 seconds. But if that's not fast enough for you, he can also apparently fly? glide on wind? It's not really clear what he's doing because Milo doesn't seem to be able to do it. It looks like he's riding air currents, which somehow bat DNA allows him to do. Either way, he stays in front of a New York City subway train, which travels at 55 miles per hour. That one was pretty easy to calculate. He may or may not have a strange ability to emit electromagnetic pulses that interfere with electronics. There's a scene where Milo is stalking a nurse at the hospital Morbius works in. As she makes her way down the hall, the lights keep flickering on and off without any apparent reason. Might be something to keep in mind. Maybe it'll throw off the scanner devices. Oh, before I forget, he has one last power, and I don't even have to stretch for this one. He can summon bats. They literally flock to him and commune with him, and he can fire them like a bat Kamehameha. What is this movie? Let's take a deeper look at Dr. Michael Morbius' physiology, shall we? Once again, no proboscis or fang... Wait. We have fangs! 4 vampires in and we have fangs! Hit it, Maddie! Can you believe it? We finally have fangs! I'd be so happy if this was a different movie. Anyway, the main feature I need to draw attention to is his physical health. With just a single dose of his bat drug, Morbius is able to go from barely able to walk to rocking a 6-pack. When he really morbs out, his cheeks sink in, his ears turn weird, his fingernails grow into claws, and his nose turns up to mimic a bat's. This is all relying on him taking in some kind of blood, however, red or blue. Blue doesn't seem to tide him over very long, starting with 6 hours and then slowly lessening. Red blood seems to be what he actually needs, and, well, I'm not certain if it's just inherent in red blood or if it was the emotional circumstances around each time he drank human blood, but he seems to immediately morb out when he drinks red. The catch is, without blood of any kind, apparently in as little as 6 hours for blue blood, his old disease
Returns with vengeance.
I did notice, however, that he only drank a single bag of blood each time, red or blue. I wonder if he drank more blue blood, if it would help him remain stable longer. I only bring this up because vampire bats, which his DNA is now spliced with, drink up to half their weight in blood every day just to survive. This is because blood is mostly water and contains 0 fats, so it's not very nutritionally dense. Contrast his single bag drinking to Milo, Lucian, who we see drain multiple bodies. Now, blood bags contain about 250 to 300 milliliters, while the human body contains about 4,500 to 5,700 milliliters of blood. One bag is nothing. If he has a hunger anywhere on par with his little flying buddies, he needs to be drinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 liters of blood a day, or about 10.5 gallons of blood for our American audience. That's roughly 7 people a night. Okay, we joked a lot about Morbius. In fact, the world in general joked a lot about him. But when laying it down, he's actually pretty dangerous. The one thing we have going for us as Paladins is that he's likely to negotiate. After all, these two caught him. That tells me he won't try to hurt a Paladin. He doesn't want to hurt anyone, so that does temper things slightly. Slightly. But how hard would he actually be to contain if he got a hold of some red and morbed out? Super speed and strength. He can hear your heartbeat, single out the sound of your voice across New York City, and use echolocation to map out his surroundings. If that doesn't work, he can still hit you with a bat Hadouken. He tears apart people with guns and shrugs off most attacks. He's too fast for bullets and doesn't seem to have any weakness to sunlight or holy objects. He doesn't seem to explicitly have a healing factor, but he does tend to shrug off most damage, especially blunt force damage. For the sheer capacity to kill and ignore damage, along with his ability to escape and elude Paladin capture, I feel like I have to give Morbius a Paladin threat level of 4, our highest threat to date. Okay, let's look at Morbius and see what we can actually do to contain him. Obviously, negotiation is our top priority. Much like with Edward, we need to make sure the parish fathers choose someone who's genuine in their approach. Morbius can monitor heartbeats, which, in his world, means he can tell if you're lying. And he's just in general a pretty clever guy. But if that breaks down, what can we actually do to stop him? I'm going to start with sonic attacks. Firstly, we might be able to hit those sensitive ears with high-pitch, high-frequency sound attacks. Bonus, though, we might actually be able to jam his echolocation, if we can find the frequency he uses. In nature, competing bats will actually jam one another's sonar specifically to keep them from feeding. Assuming he works the same, that's an avenue we can explore. His strength is huge, but about on par with the higher-level vampires we deal with at the Stewardship. While he seems to quite easily shrug off blunt force attack, piercing and slashing seem to work. If we can dart him, tase him, or even just pierce him, we might be able to drain enough blood to weaken him. The catch is his amazing reflexes. Maybe mixing that with the sonic attacks could open him up. When we look at the scene where he first dodges a bullet, we see ripples in the air as the bullet trails past him, insinuating that vibration plays some part in his evasion. If we can blind this sense, he might not be able to feel shots coming from a distance. I think numbers will definitely need to play a part in this takedown. He can certainly dodge one bullet coming at him from the front, but 12, 15, 20 shots coming from all directions? Oh, and let's not take turns shooting at him. Much like Dracula, though, I keep coming back to the blood issue. Dracula had to rest in his coffin and was literally dead to the world while resting. Morbius can only go 6 hours max without drinking blue blood and is loath to actually drink red. I wonder if tracking him and waiting him out would prove advantageous. Okay, first and foremost, negotiation with an earnest paladin. He may choose to turn himself over. Barring that, we pull out the big guns. Literally. Full parish deployment with backup. No arguing on this one, guys. You need a second team to coordinate this takedown. I recommend Team 1 engage close up with firearms, sonic devices, and either darts or tasers. Get him to bleed if possible, but mostly keep his attention on you. Second team should be in sniper position, multiple angles if the situation allows. While Team 1 distracts, Team 2 goes for the kill, either metaphorically or literally depending on your goals in this one. Heavy vestments for Team 1, lots of first aid on standby for Team 2. Encoded communication is essential, but review the plan ahead of time in case he actually can use electromagnetism to disrupt comms. Who'da thunk it? Michael Morbius is probably our most dangerous vampire to date. I know Domitresque had that huge dragon form, but she more or less lets you pump ammo into her without caring. Morbius actually thinks, actually moves. He's dangerous. And now that I'm done analyzing, I do have one question. Well, I have lots of questions about that movie, but in particular, at the end of the movie, he made up a cure that killed Milo and planned on using it for himself too because the blue blood wouldn't work for much longer. But after he offs Milo, he just doesn't. He's fine? He even has time to meet with the Vulture, looking no worse for wear. I don't follow this movie's logic very well. In any case, I hope you enjoyed our analysis of Michael Morbius. If you did, please drop a like and subscribe, and why not comment down below while you're at it? Don't forget we're doing one vampire a month until December, when we round up all of them and rank them to see which one most exemplifies vampire-ness. Anyway, we'll put up some polls so you can vote on your favorites. Our little collection grows. I'm so excited to get to our next one. If you have a suggestion on who we should analyze next, drop it in the comments or hit us up on Twitter at Paladin Archive. Don't forget, we also stream on Twitch at Paladin Archives. Most recently, I finished up the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, some Raid Shadow Legends, and even a little Untitled Goose Game. I also stream my research whenever possible, so keep your eyes out for that. Oh, and of course, please stop by to take a look at the debut novel, The Paladin. It details the adventures of a new member to our clandestine order as he confronts the very forces of hell itself while also learning how to talk to girls. You decide which is harder. Well, I gotta go find a broom and get this confetti cleaned up or Maddie will kill me. I'll see you next time, and don't forget, Keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. 2 more vampire bat facts to give you fun images tonight. When one bat doesn't get enough blood, others will often regurgitate some of the blood they drain to help the one that's lacking. Can you see Milo and Morbius doing that? Gross. Oh, but it gets better. Because blood is mostly water, vampire bats are almost constantly urinating. Bat facts. Welcome back, everyone, to the Paladin Archives. I hope you had a good month. I missed you. My name is Mason Kren. I'm a Mason with the Paladin Order, a clandestine group dedicated to surveillance and policing of supernatural forces, from pixies to poltergeist, from werewolves to wendigos. If it goes bump in the night or day, we handle it so you don't have to acknowledge the existential terror that the world is filled with unknown monsters cultivated from the depths of your nightmares, all dedicated to cloaking the world in an everlasting darkness which even the bravest of angels would fear to tread, clawing at your psyche and soul and forcing you to confront your worst fears that perhaps the universe is an uncaring, unmoving thing that regards you not. Or, perhaps even worse, that there is indeed a God, and he wants you to suffer. You know, normal spooky stuff. Today, you're in for a treat because it's once again time for... Monster Menagerie! Yes, our series that explores monsters and lays out the hypothetical battle strategy that the Paladin Order might utilize against them. So far this year, we've seen the OG vamp himself, Count Dracula from the 1931 film, Edward Cullen, Lady Domitresque, and even... Morbius. But today I get to make up for last month. I consider it a treat after eating my vegetables. My, really gross, slimy vegetables. Anyway, forget about Morbius, because this month, it's the one, the only, my bae, Marceline, the Vampire Queen. Woo! Oh man, I'm excited. But before I get too deep, let me just share my obligatory pleas for your love and attention. Ahem. If you like what we do here at the Paladin Archives, please consider leaving us a like and clicking that subscribe button. Hit that bell to make sure you never miss an episode of me overanalyzing vampires. Check us out on Twitter. Catch me over on Twitch. And most of all, if you really like the world of the Paladin Archives, The Paladin. The story of a young man named Jonathan Sutter, a priest in training who loses his mentor to the powers of hell. Lost and alone, he's taken in by the Paladin Order, who offer him a path toward retribution. 1 part Dresden Files, 1 part SCP, with dark humor and a tinge of horror, and a lot of intrigue. Check out the first 3 chapters along with some really cool art and, if I may humbly suggest, the first chapter of Book 2. It doesn't spoil a thing for Book 1, and it still gives you a wonderful feeling for the world of the Paladin. Okay, I think that's enough shilling. I better get back to simping, or, analyzing, with a critical mind. Slip of the tongue. Grab your parasol and your SPF 10,000, and let's get started on Marceline the Vampire Queen. Algebraic.
Marceline, is it just you and me in the wreckage of the world? That must be so confusing for a little girl.
Okay, so normally I wouldn't even bother with this because most everything I review is older, but Adventure Time is different. I'm gonna go ahead and hit our new button for spoiler warnings. I have a feeling no one cared about spoilers for Morbius. Lady Domitresque was crawling all over the internet. Everyone knows Edward Cullen sparkles, and Dracula? I mean, come on, it's Dracula. He's literally the OG vampire for most ideas of what that even means in fiction. But Adventure Time is a long show with very complicated lore. The stuff I say about Marceline might actually spoil some of your viewing of the show, and man, there's a lot of emotional moments to it. So if you haven't watched it, this is your warning, okay? Okay. Marceline Abadir was born right around the time of the Great Mushroom War, a war that literally knocked a chunk of the Earth right off. It was a nuclear war that turned everything into Fallout 3, basically. Little Marcy was, somehow, the child of a human woman and a demon named Hudson Abadir, the Lord of the Nightosphere. More on him and that crazy place later. Marcy was a half-demon, which gave her skin a gray tone, gave her little fangs, and the ability to suck souls. She and her mother wandered the wasteland for a few years until she was maybe 5, 6? Right around then, her mother, who was dying from an undisclosed illness, possibly something that can see the first 3 chapters of Made the Ultimate Sacrifice, and sent Marcy ahead to a shelter she knew would protect her daughter while she lay dying in a dusty old garage. Jeez. I'm only 800 words in and I'm already about to cry. Pull it together, Kren. Anyway, she was found by, and this is another big spoiler, guys. 3, 2, 1. Simon Petrikov, who would later be known as the Ice King. He found the crown that would give him ice powers and used it to keep himself alive as well as protect Marceline from the horrible abominations of the wasteland. Unfortunately, it drove him literally insane with each use, forcing him to make a sacrifice not unlike her mother, and also find a way to make me friggin' cry from hearing someone sing the theme to Cheers.
Dun, da, 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 dun, dun. Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got.
Messed up flex, guys, not cool. It looks like this is where she first met what would later congeal into Princess Bubblegum years later. I get some real Mushroom King from the live-action Mario Brothers movie vibes from her. She lived for what is insinuated to be several hundred years on her own, with little in the way of friends. Apparently during this time, vampires became like a thing. So, being that they killed humans, a very endangered species during this time, she became a vampire hunter. During this period of her life, she gained the abilities that made her the Marceline we know and love at the beginning of the show. Each time she killed one of the vampire lords, she sucked their soul and gained their power. The only problem was the final vampire, the Vampire King, managed to bite and infect her during their battle. Thus, Marceline the Vampire Queen was born, turned? After the reign of the vampires ended, she bummed around Ooh, leaving her mark on several homes that would later annoy Finn and Jake, dated Princess Bonnibel Bubblegum, and was overall an awesome girl. She took possession of her father's axe at some point, dated a really stupid wizard.
You're not a genius. You're not a genius.
Became known as a singing sensation across the land, and apparently joined a gang in the underworld, which is very separate from the Nightosphere. Speaking of the Nightosphere, let's take a brief look at her dad, Hudson Abadir. While this isn't about him, he played a big role in her life. He's the ruler of the Nightosphere, a really twisted realm that might be an analog for hell, maybe? But either way, he seemed to be absent from her life when she was young. At least, Marcy and her mom being on the brink of death seems to imply that. At some point they reconciled, at least a bit, but it all fell apart when he committed the worst sin a father can commit. He ate her fries.
Daddy, why did you eat my fries? I bought them and they were mine.
Daddy, why did you eat my fries? This drove a wedge between them for years until Finn the Human reconciled the pair. They had a better relationship from that point on, but Hudson continued to push for her to take over as the head of the Nightosphere.
Marceline, why are you so mean?
I'm not mean, I'm 1,000 years old and I just lost track of my moral code.
Despite the pretty chill girl she was by the end of the series, Marceline is initially introduced as a very selfish and self-centered person. She loves attention, loves the accolades of her adoring fans, but she also loves making people miserable. She goes out of her way to force Finn and Jake from several homes, knowing that they're scared of her and have no recourse but to wander cold and homeless. If her song in the episode Evicted is to be believed, it's less that she's cruel, and more that she's become so detached from humanity and her own moral code that she doesn't really care. This changes over the course of the series, with her growing closer and closer to Finn and Jake and reconciling with Bubblegum, but for the most part, she's still pretty reckless and carefree. The longer she spends with Finn and Jake, the more she seems to gain, or regain perhaps, her sense of empathy. For instance, she's a huge fan of practical jokes, and in the episode Heat Signature, she and some ghost friends trick Finn and Jake into thinking she turned them into vampires. She goes along with it until the ghosts nearly get the pair killed, unwilling to actually let them hurt her friends. We see something similar in the episode Henchman, where she tricks Finn into becoming her loyal servant. She makes him think he's doing horrible things, but in the end, everything she has him do is twisted around and doesn't actually hurt anyone. How might she feel about paladins? Honestly, best case scenario, she'd probably resent them as lame authority figures. Worst case, she'd consider them monster hunters that need to be put in their place. She's a cool girl, like the coolest guys, but I feel like she'd probably not get along with most paladins, just on the principle of it. Oh, I wonder how she'd feel about Masons.
Don't you know I'm a villain? Every night I'm out killing, sending everyone running like children. I know why you're mad at me. I've got demon eyes, and they're looking right through your anatomy.
That song counts. Marceline technically wrote it. Okay, so remember how we spent like almost 10 minutes going over Edward's list of powers? Well, Marceline has him beat. The girl has like all the powers. Just starting off as a half-demon, she's long-lived. She lives well over 1,000 years in the farm world timeline where she never got turned into a vampire. And she can suck souls, a trait she inherited from her dad.
Stomping on and sucking their soul, stomping on and soul music.
To get it out of the way, since it's the thing I most commonly try to measure, her strength is variable. It seems to depend on her form, so I'm not sure we'll get a good measure of it. In her normal form, she doesn't seem to be too much stronger than an average human, but in one of her myriads of other forms, well, she's at least strong enough to hold back other giant monsters. Unfortunately, since I can't gauge their strength, I can't really gauge hers. I'll say she's at least strong enough to easily toss around a human, average of about 130 pounds, 80 kilograms, without effort in most of her transformations. Don't mistake her lack of boulder tossing as being any less dangerous than the rest of the vampires on our list. Let me just run down a quick list of the powers I could confirm. Honestly, I probably missed a few. Flight, pyrokinesis, fire resistance. She fooled around in the Fire Kingdom, a place that is literally on fire. Transformation into a myriad of forms, including a giant bat, a werewolf-looking thing, a horned lizard demon, and my favorite, a large tentacled eldritch abomination. As stated before, she can suck souls, she can turn invisible, she can heal herself, which is huge. She can use telekinesis. She can use red rays of light that curl up her target's arms like freaking fruit roll-ups. She can transform or grow just parts of her body. She can freely open up portals to the Nightosphere. Oh, and did I forget to mention, she can literally raise the freaking dead? And we can't forget her last but most iconic ability, the power of the axe. Both literally and figuratively, Marcy wields a mighty axe she's converted into a base. It was apparently a family heirloom left to her by her father. And I mean literally left to her. He just stabbed it in the floor of her hovel and forgot about it.
Marceline! Long time no see. Some goober with glasses summoned me. What's that thing? Just gonna put this here, okay? Now let's go suck some souls!
She uses it both to play some frickin' awesome tunes and battle her foes, though her technique is a bit, lacking? She mostly just berserks without any real style or strategy. But that's okay. When you're Marceline, you don't need strategy. Man, with a list like that, this might have to be escalated to higher levels. I'm afraid standard level parish paladins might not be enough for someone like Marcy. But there's hope, because along with all those powers come her weaknesses. First off, sunlight. It varies, but it seems like enough direct exposure to sunlight will kill Marceline. She describes the feeling as, quote, skinning her knee, and that she kind of likes it. But at the same time, in the second episode of the Stakes miniseries about her vampire heritage, she's tied to a windmill to be executed by the morning sun. She seems quite convinced she's going to die. She can usually prevent this by wearing SPF 10,000 sunblock or, wearing gloves and shady hats. Next, she has to take in red. And unlike my last episode with Morbius, I don't mean blood, I literally mean the color red. Don't get me wrong, she can drink blood, but she can also just drain the color red from people and objects and get the same benefit. Deprived of this, however, she slowly turns feral and presumably will die. Granted, I'm assuming that last part. Apparently, she can't beat ghosts. We learn in Heat Signature that it's a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing, which, I want to know what the last third of that triangle is. What is the other third of the ghost vampire triad? Ooh has werewolves and wizards, but Adventure Time is weird. It could be ants. Ants could beat ghosts in Adventure Time. I don't know. Also, she can't digest syrup. Something I'm sure paladins will be able to exploit to great effect.
La da 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 da. I'm gonna bury you in the ground. La da 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 da. I'm gonna bury you with my sound.
Let's take a look at Marceline's whole makeup and see if we can understand her a little better. She does have fangs, but not because she's a vampire. In episodes with Little Marcy, you can clearly see that before she was turned, she had them. Double checking with her papa, Hunson Aberdeer, you can clearly see it's a demon trait. Which, makes me wonder, her being part demon, how is that gonna factor into all of this? Oh well, better save that for containment strategies. She has pale gray skin, and ever since she was turned, 2 little bite marks on her neck where the Vampire King got her. She can't tolerate the sun without long clothing and hats or some special sunscreen. This is bad enough, she got trapped under a tree once and had no choice but to uproot the tree and take it with her. She also needs to drink the color red to survive, or else she turns feral and hunts for blood. This is actually really weird. It's Adventure Time, so everything is weird, but I have no idea how I'd include this in a Paladin report. Do not wear the color red, she might drink it. I have no idea how I'd explain this to a Paladin going after her. What we actually see is that she takes objects that are red, dips her fangs in like Capri Sun straws, and literally drains the red color out, leaving most objects a dreary gray. Though she did give one man a swanky white bow tie. Apparently she can make do with pink in a pinch. The physics of this are a little confusing. I'm not sure how she's drinking color. And we can't just say it's pigment, because there's a big difference between pigment and color. She's draining the color out of things that don't have pigment. Color is the visual interpretation of light bouncing off of objects. Draining the color red, it's like saying she's drinking a sound. There's not an actual thing for her to drink, not a physical substance that makes all things red. Sure, dyes and pigments can turn things red, but based on what we're seeing, it's literally the color. If I ground up a bunch of red pigment to add to, say, a painting, she could drain the red from the pigment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Marceline is warping our very perception of light by dipping her fangs in things. What is she drinking?
Looks so cute sitting in your bowl. I wanna suck out your eyeballs and rip out your throat. I wanna suck out your eyeballs and rip out your throat.
That song's about a fisherman. So, if you don't remember what this part is, a big part of my job as a Mason is to give paladins quick, concise ideas of the danger they're facing. Part of that is the subjective paladin threat level. So far, Dracula was a 2, because I refused to let him be a 1. Edward and Dimitrescu were 3s, and Morbius was a solid 4. 4s are big news, guys. I know the scale goes to 10, but it's weighted toward the bottom. A 1 on this scale would be like, Mrs. Fillmore's chinchilla getting possessed by her late husband and rampaging through the cul-de-sac. A 10 might be more like, the living void that sleeps within the center of the polar ice sheets, awakening and beginning its decade-long feast of souls starting with Iceland. Well, actually it might be a 9, but I'm sure it would be a 10 to the good people of Iceland. Okay guys, so looking this over, Marceline has the potential to be the most dangerous vampire we've had. I'm not even bothering to contemplate her full demon pendant nightosphere version because, I mean, forget that. Just Marceline as she appears in 90% of the episodes is plenty dangerous. Her transformations, her pyro and telekinesis, and most of all, her ability to raise the dead are big things I'm worried about. Not to mention, she'll be doing it while she's invisible. I mean, all that alone could spell the end for most paladins. And those lasers, of course, that roll up your arms. I think she has the potential to do some serious damage. It's true that her sensitivity to daylight is easy to exploit, but she's no Dracula. She can move, adjust, and otherwise limit the danger sunlight poses to her. As you might recall, I gave Dracula a paladin threat level of 2, but if he hadn't had that weakness, I might have brought it up to a 3 just based on his strength. I'm not sure if Marceline is that strong, but she wouldn't need to be. She can torture you with laser beams, transform into hideous creatures, and I don't know if I stress this enough, but she can raise the freaking dead. And do it all while invisible, so, there's that. Okay, I'm very hesitant to do this. I don't want to be accused of favoritism or bias against Morbius for holding the highest threat level, but if Morbius is a solid 4, I feel like Marceline is a bigger threat than that. He has speed and strength, and he can avoid capture, but she can transform into a huge beast, control fire, use telekinesis, force your body to curl up, and of course, raise the dead. Boom. Marceline the Vampire Queen is Paladin Threat Level 5. I think local parish paladins will have to sit this out. We're going to need to call in the stewardship paladins.
Red light, always blinking. Red light, what are you thinking?
Phew. Contain Marceline, huh? Okay, let's consider our options. There's a lot to go over, so let's break it down into some sections. First option, negotiation. Like some of our other vampires, there's a pretty good chance she'll negotiate. But strangely, I think unlike Morbius and Edward, getting a gentle, earnest paladin to talk with her might not work as well as an irreverent one. As I mentioned before, she tends to have an aversion to authority figures, so choosing the paladin to negotiate with her will be difficult. Strangely, I think I might know a few choice paladins who might work better than others, begrudgingly. But that aside, let's take a look at the scenario where she's not willing to talk. Next up, her weaknesses. She's dangerous, but she's also a goof. In episode 1 of the Stakes miniseries, she gets stuck under a tree, unable to reach her umbrella in the sun. She only has enough sunblock for her hand. The fact that she's in this position shows if she's vulnerable to anything, it's her own carelessness. Assuming Marceline isn't aware she's being hunted by paladins, she might actually end up trapping herself. So, constant surveillance. Wait for her to donk up, as she might say, and end up in a bad situation. We might be able to trick her into exposing herself to sunlight, or perhaps more likely get her trapped someplace. If we can set up an attractive place for her to hide during the day, something we can control, maybe we can trap her and slowly peel it away, limiting her escape options. Next up is combat. Assuming she's onto us, she'll take steps to avoid us. So what can we use? Well, let's look at what took down her vampire predecessors. Stakes. Pierce her heart and she's toast. Not too hard if she's unaware, but in the middle of a fight, she's got a lot of things to strike back with. We'll probably need crossbows with stake bolts. Fire has no effect, and I have little hope for tasing or sonic attacks. She seems to play by some demon rules, but the rules of demons in fiction are so variable that our rules may not work. Still, I guess we could try to see if we can exorcise her, though that means someone has to lay hands on her. I wonder, would that just send her back to the Nightosphere? Since she can move freely to and from there, it would only be kicking the can down the road. Maybe in a pinch, if you have no other options. I'm not actually too worried about Marceline's axe. Honestly, she's done a lot more damage playing it than swinging it. But if she goes full monster, then we've got a problem. Local parish paladins aren't equipped to take something that large down. Not normally, anyway. She can change shape and size, so trying to hit her with manacles or chains is a no-go. We'll have to equip everyone with heavy vestments to hopefully protect from her claws and teeth. I know she can heal herself, she got that from Sister Moon, so whatever we do has to be done quickly and decisively. It'd be very easy for her to just turn invisible and escape to go recover somewhere else. Honestly, my only thought is overwhelming force. Track her, wait for a good opportunity, and maybe hope she screws up and isolates herself. Then send in the stewardship paladins, maybe with support from a couple of parish paladin groups. Big monster or normal form, hit her with numbers. I'm talking mafia hit kind of numbers. Man, this is gonna be hard to cover up.
I'm so glad that I woke up. I'm sick of living under your thumb. I'm so glad that I woke up. I don't really care about your stupid candy kingdom.
Okay, first recommendation, negotiate. Choose your spokesperson wisely as she doesn't respect authority figures. Second recommendation, hit her in the feels. Marceline is an emotional creature with a lot of scars. Psychological attacks may distract or weaken her long enough to use standard neutralization methods. Third recommendation, overwhelming force. Her few weaknesses aren't easy to reliably exploit. Monitor her closely, hope that her careless nature sets her up for your attack. Whether she does or not, hit her with everything, all at once. This job should be led by stewardship paladins supported by local parish paladins.
Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down.
Okay, wow, that was a trip. When you see the individual things Marceline's capable of, it's hard not to think about how dangerous she could be. Fortunately, she's a chill girl, and since she doesn't drink blood, I have a hard time coming up with a reason for the paladins to actually bother her. I might be able to come up with a few reasons for a mason to bother her, though. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little look at Marcy. Honestly, the best part of researching her was listening to all those amazing songs. Did you realize they wrote and performed full, awesome songs for the Nintendo DS? They had an Adventure Time game. It had some amazing stuff on it. And we all missed out by not playing Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? Well, either way, how do you think she stacks up against the likes of Dracula, Edward Cullen, Lady Dimitrescu, and Michael Morbius? I think you can tell who my favorite so far is, but I want to hear yours. Let me know down in the comments. What did I get wrong? What did I forget? Does Marcy really deserve a threat level 5? And if you're really enjoying that, remember, at the end of the year, we're stacking all our vampires against each other to figure out which one is the most vampire-y vampire of them all. Stick around to make sure you get to vote. If you like this whole silly thing and want to know more about the world of the Paladin archives, please check out the debut novel, The Paladin. It's funny, it's a little spooky, it's a little dark, but I know you'll love the intrigue and the awesome characters. Like Jonathan? Or maybe his Paladin boss, Regan? Oh, or perhaps the dynamic duo of Paladin Samantha Aaron and Mason Katie Hooper? A big thanks to Prissy for all the amazing art. There's that and more waiting at the website. Don't forget to check us out on Twitch, send us some love at Twitter, and of course, if you like this and want to see more, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. Oh man, I have Marceline's soundtrack just going through my head. I gotta get going or this is gonna turn into karaoke night at the archives. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Best Marceline song, go. The other day, you used my brush. It was okay. I didn't mind. Everyone, and welcome back to the Paladin Archives. You guys stuck with me through Morbius, so we rewarded you with Marceline. See? We take care of you guys. And to prove that, I have another high-quality vampire waiting for you right here on our flagship series. Monster Menagerie. Yes, we're back with another vampire for this beautiful month. And a beautiful month requires a beautiful subject. And come on, before Edward and the gang were lighting up the cinemas and the libraries, Anne Rice's vampires were dropping jaws and biting necks. This month, we're taking an in-depth look at the 1994 vampire classic, Interview with the Vampire. And, more specifically, our vampire of the month is none other than the star, Louis de Pointe de Lac. Nailed it. I want to make something clear. Like all our vampires, when we choose a character, we single out a specific version of that character. When I did Dracula, I didn't consider the original novel or other interpretations of him, just the version the Bela Lugosi film depicted. Likewise, my information about Louis is coming only from the '94 movie, Interview with the Vampire, and not the books, or the sequel, Queen of the Damned, or the television series from 2022. If there's a discrepancy between Louis and the movie and these other sources, understand we're only going with the movie. Now, I had a heck of a time choosing which vampire to go with because this movie gives us 4 good options. Louis, of course, is the titular vampire that's being interviewed. He's the main character, so it makes sense to focus on him. But at the same time, Lestat is probably the most famous vampire from Anne Rice. It was even suggested to me that their, daughter? Claudia would be an interesting vampire to look at. And of course, we have Armand, who, well, he's Antonio Banderas, so why not? In the end, I decided Armand isn't in the film enough, Claudia is too weak to really focus on as a potential threat, and Lestat, despite being popular, isn't at his most recognizable in this movie. He gets way stronger in the later books and the follow-up movie Queen of the Damned. So, we're going with Louis. But, to make things more interesting, I will be referencing Lestat and Claudia as they become relevant. It worked with Domitrescu and her daughters, so why not with Louis? So, before we get started, I just wanted to say that if you like what we do at the Paladin Archives, if you think the way we analyze is fun, and you want to know more about our world, please take a look at The Paladin, which tells the story of a young man who is brought into our order, the Paladins, to find a way to save his dearest friend's soul from the clutches of hell itself. 1 part Dresden Files, 1 part SCP. It's fun, it's dark, it's maybe even a little scary. Read the first 3 chapters and even take a sneak peek at book 2 with that book's chapter 1. It doesn't spoil a thing for book 1, and I think it gives a really good feel for the world of the Paladin. Okay, let's get this started. Lestat, Louis, show Edward how pretty vampires are supposed to act. I have to say, it was kind of fun looking at Louis. He's an old school vampire, the kind that feels familiar to me. Just check out his bio. Louis de Pointe de Lac was born in the mid-1700s in France, but spent the vast majority of his life in New Orleans. He owned a slave plantation, and after his wife and child died, he fell into a deep spiral of depression. He longed for death, but couldn't quite bring himself to actually, unalive himself. That's where vampire number 2 comes into our story. The vampire Lestat de Liancourt, or Lestat. found him in a drunken stupor and was, apparently, captivated by him. He did a little nibble, and suddenly Louis wanted to live. So Lestat, as he mentions over and over,
I'm going to give you the choice I never had.
Louis chooses to live as a vampire, and Lestat obliges. Now, I'm sure it was much more obvious, let's say, in the books, but in the movie it's pretty heavily implied, and at times just shown, that their relationship was of the romantic persuasion. Obviously, a movie in the 90s had to be careful about what it could show. We'll come back to that sentiment at least one more time in this analysis. So, as said, the pair were a lovely couple, with Lestat as the teacher Louis would need to understand how to be a vampire. But though Louis could say goodbye to the sun, he couldn't say goodbye to his humanity. He sustained himself on rats and dogs and other small animals rather than kill humans like Lestat. Lestat tried to get him to understand that humans were merely livestock and even got Louis to take some tastes from time to time. Still, in the end, he couldn't commit to the lifestyle, at least not then. One day, the pair stumbled upon a young girl, Claudia, who was infected with the plague and whose mother had died. While Louis tried to tend to her, Lestat danced with her mother's corpse. Yeah. In the end, knowing she was going to die anyway, Louis ended up biting and draining her. He felt miserable, thinking he had killed her, but little did he know, Lestat had rescued the girl, and then, right in front of them, gave her his blood, completing the vampire ritual and turning the young girl into one of them. An act we learn later is looked very poorly on by vampire culture. With that, the three became a family. If it can be said that Louis and Lestat took distinct parental roles, I suppose we could assign Louis the role of mother, as he was much more tender and gentle with Claudia than Lestat. Still, she was frozen in time now, unable to grow old. Lestat tried to treat her like a little girl for decades, giving her a doll one time when she literally had dozens, so many that the old ones were practically rotting. Realizing she'd never be a woman, never grow up, Claudia grew to resent Lestat and, with a reluctant Louis' help, killed him. Or tried to. Twice. They fled to Europe to find others like them and, eventually, succeeded by finding Armand. And also the Theater of Vampires or whatever. Those guys decided that Claudia and her new mother, that Louis reluctantly made, were abominations. So they executed them in a cruel sunlight well contraption while attempting to lock Louis in a crypt for presumably forever. Armand freed him, but not in time to rescue his daughter, so he lit the entire place on fire and did some vampire slaying that would make our stewardship paladins proud. Fast forward the years, and he adapts decade after decade until we reach the modern day. He's cold. He knows he'll never have his family back. He even visits a barely alive Lestat only to walk away from him. The years changed him, made him feel cold and distant, but that's more or less the point of the movie. Oh, also, it's very much insinuated that after decades of having Claudia as his daughter, they became lovers. So, there's that. Had no idea where to fit that in, but I didn't want to be the only one with that information. Louis is a complex individual. As stated before, he was devastated by the loss of his family and fell into a deep depression that was only abated when he was turned. But that was only a band-aid. Apparently, eternal life doesn't actually solve your problems. It just gives you more time to reflect on old mistakes and collect new ones. Overall, though, he's not a violent individual. In fact, for years he did everything in his power to avoid eating humans, relying on rats and other creatures to sustain himself.
All I need to find you, Louis, is follow the corpses of rats.
This is important because even in the scene in the present day, we see a flicker of that spirit in him as he spares the person that's interviewing him. This bodes well for interaction with the paladins. Either we'll be able to negotiate with him, or on the regretful side, it might cause him to hesitate in a confrontation. The movie really does give the impression that vampires in general have a disconnect from humanity. Many of them, like Lestat or Armand, view humans merely as a food source. They treat them like children when they're forced to interact with them, condescending and arrogant. Louis manages to avoid this to a certain extent, but seeing someone like Lestat, who is much older than Louis, gives a glimpse into Louis' potential future. To touch on them really quickly, Lestat, of course, sees humans only as a food source. There's some evidence that sexual desires might play a role, but the movie, despite the significant amount of nudity in it, didn't really explore that much. Lastly, Claudia, well, is just tragic. Since she was turned as a child, she never grew up. Decades passed, and she slowly realized she would never mature, never have the body of a grown woman. Her mind continued to mature, but her body remained forever a child. It seems like she realized she would never be able to take care of herself. When she feared that Louis would leave her for a more mature woman, she insisted that he turn a woman that would become her mother. She was scared, afraid of being alone. Yeah, this wasn't a happy movie. I don't think Anne Rice was particularly lauded for comedy. Okay, so I want to break this into two sections. Powers we see Louis directly display, and powers other vampires use that seem logical for Louis to possess. I do this because when I make recommendations to paladins in the field, it's better that I overestimate their abilities than underestimate. If I tell a paladin their target can fly when it can't, that's not nearly as big a deal as the reverse. So let's start with what we get from Louis. First, and I have to say most interestingly, he has, I guess you'd say, vampire eyes? Now, ostensibly, this means he can see better, farther, more detailed than a human, but what we actually see is Louis looking like he's high. So, apparently vampires see everything with brand new eyes. So they end up looking like toddlers staring at a screensaver. As Louis put it when he looked at a statue,
The statue seemed to move, but didn't. The world had changed, yet stayed the same.
I imagine by the time we see him in the present, he's gotten sort of used to it, but even then, I think he still sees things with an awe that we can't imagine. Now, for Louis' speed and strength, we have a bit of an issue. The movie, and presumably the book it was based on, depicts certain non-vampire related things inaccurately. Sometimes, and this was common for movies from back then, certain things were taken for granted and assumed to be true without writers doing deep research. Please, don't think this is a knock against Anne Rice. I am not, nor will I ever be on her level of masterful writing. But, being that I have to take a Watsonian approach to analyzing these vampires, what I see depicted is what I have to work with. That disclaimer aside, I don't think Louis or any vampire in this movie has strength or speed enough to be a threat on the level of, say, Marceline, Domitresque, or, man, I hate to say this, Morbius. Ugh. Let's start with Louis' super strength. Well, let's say superior strength. I didn't see him or any of the other vampires breaking walls or tossing boulders. He was able to lift Lestat easily and pin him against a wall. Assuming Lestat is roughly the size of Tom Cruise, his actor in the movie, that's 150 pounds without trying. That's respectable, but not anything unbelievable. Sadly, we don't see any other real displays of his strength in the movie, so I'm gonna have to do something a little different. We're going to look at how strong he isn't. Near the climax of the film, Louis is captured by the theater of vampires and shoved into a coffin with metal latches to seal it. Try as I might, slowing the video down, zooming in, I can't tell if that coffin is supposed to be wood or metal, so I broke my own rule just a little and looked in the book. There, the coffin is, indeed, made of wood. For any average human, escaping this would be a difficult, if not impossible, task, but it's not outside the realm of believability to think that a human at peak strength could break free. Now, Louis is stored upright, though I believe upside down if I'm seeing the movie right. He doesn't have tons of dirt weighing down on the coffin lid, just the strength of the wood. Try as he might, Louis can't break free. Now, the wood is only about 2 inches thick, and it's not padlocked like it is in the book, just sealed with latches. If he truly had superhuman strength, he should have been able to break it. That makes me feel like he's more on the level of Edward Cullen. Maybe less. Man, Anne Rice's ghost is going to haunt me after this. What about speed? Well, we see from him and Lestat that vampires are capable of pulling full-on Batmans and disappearing or reappearing where they want. According to Louis, it's the same way humans move, just faster than the human eye.
Same as you do. A series of simple gestures. Only I move too fast for you to see.
We only ever see it done in small bursts, which would be very dangerous in a fight with a paladin, don't get me wrong. But when Louis lights his second mansion on fire and leaves Lestat behind to burn, he and Claudia rush to get to their boat. Claudia calls out,
The ship is sailing without us!
And my first thought was that Louis would just pull a roadrunner and zip them both on board, but he just keeps running like a normal person. There might have been extenuating circumstances, but outside of impressing people, we don't see the vampires of this movie actually use their speed in a practical manner. Beyond those limited powers, we don't actually see Louis demonstrate any other actual abilities. Arguably, he could be using mesmerism on a few of his victims, but I think it's clear from the movie that he's just a very charming individual. So, let's look at the powers the other vampires display that it would be logical for Louis to have access to. Granted, in the movie Lestat says,
The dark gift is different for each of us.
But then immediately says,
But one thing is true of everyone. It grows stronger as we go along.
For me, that doesn't clarify whether Lestat's gifts were things Louis didn't have then or wouldn't ever have. Best to be prepared. First off is the ability to read minds. It's not elaborated on extensively, but Lestat is able to discern that a woman had her husband killed and blamed it on a slave just from a glance. It's unlikely she was thinking about that at the moment, so I'm inclined to believe that he has free reign over investigating a person's mind, rather than just what they're thinking of at the moment. Next is flight, or at least levitation. It's the first thing we really see from Lestat. While Louis is in a drunken stupor, Lestat feeds on him and hovers high into the air, up to the top of a ship's mast before dropping him into the water. Again, it's unclear if he can zoom around like Superman up there, but flight is definitely a possibility. We also see wall crawling on display from the vampires in this movie, and while Lestat shows it first, I choose to take a look at Santiago from the Theater of Vampires because his version is delightful, while Lestat's is horrifying. The aforementioned mesmerism is alluded to a couple of times, I think. Lestat tries to calm a dying girl that he just really wants Louis to eat. It certainly seems like he's trying to do a little Jedi mind trick when he tries to calm her, but the results are mixed at best. It could just as easily be that she's drunk, high, scared out of her mind, or some mixture of the three. But something similar happens at the Theater of Vampires when Armand and his clan sacrifice a girl live on stage. I'm not sure I have enough censor bars to get that scene onto YouTube, but I'll do my best to let you know what's going on. Armand recites the words, "No pain," and the girl, who was panicking and screaming just moments before, relaxes and gives herself to him. Lastly, I want to touch on the vampiric ability of instantaneous healing. Now, Louis doesn't really get hurt in any significant way throughout the film, but others do, most specifically Lestat. When Claudia goes into a rage after having to face the fact that she'll never be more than a doll to Lestat, an eternal child who can never have a woman's body, she slashes at his face twice. The wounds heal in just seconds. This seems to extend to even deeper wounds, as Lestat is soon after attacked by Claudia, has his throat slit, and is dumped in the swamp to be dined on by alligators. Apparently, just dining on that alligator that was supposed to end him was enough to grant him the strength to return back to the manor and seek his revenge. They got fangs. I know, that's getting less and less impressive since Morbius and Marceline, but I just needed to say it. Our pretty boys from Anne Rice have fangs, but that's hardly the most impressive thing about their bodies. Let's break them down a bit more. Unlike other vampires we've touched on, it seems like Louis and his kind need to feed daily. Apparently, Lestat was known to feed on 3 people a night.
A fresh young girl. That was his favorite for the first of the evening.
It took me a while to understand this, but then I picked up on one of their weaknesses, addressed by Lestat himself: dead man's blood. It's quite similar in our Paladin work, but Anne Rice's vampires cannot drink the blood of the dead, even the very freshly dead. Lestat himself tells Claudia on her first feeding that she needs to stop before her victim's heart stops. By the way, this is also another potential example of Lestat's mesmerism. This explains why they have to kill so many people a night. Their victims die before they can drain all that blood. It appears that the source of the blood doesn't actually matter. Animals are perfectly fine to dine on, but Lestat seems to suggest that humans, especially evil ones, taste better. And when confronted by Claudia about drinking the blood of rats, Louis simply says,
I don't recommend them.
We learn that crucifixes have no effects on them, stakes aren't instant kills, but sunlight is most certainly a definite killer. Sadly, this lesson is confirmed to us, the viewers, through the death of Claudia. Or should I say the execution? Man, this is a disturbing movie. We need to find something light for next month. Louis is many things: a tortured soul, a dreamer, a traveler. But his threat level is relatively low. Firstly, he regards humanity as something to be cherished, despite his nature. Lestat and him went rounds for at least a century over this topic, with the idea that Louis would rather dine on birds, rats, and even poodles than murder someone just being completely absurd to Lestat. When he lost real control for the first time and dined on his, house servant? Slave, okay? He was a slave owner. I don't have a nice way of putting that. Anyway, when he lost control and dined on her, a woman that seemed to genuinely care about him, he tried to end it all. He burned everything to the ground, and if not for Lestat, would have died in the burning manor. I think if Louis were to fall onto the Paladin's radar, there's a very good chance he'd negotiate, perhaps even surrender. That, of course, brings his threat level down considerably, but let's look at what happens if he, gets a little angry. His weaknesses are pretty standard. In fact, I'm pretty certain if I dispatched a Paladin on Louis, I'd have to say very little besides vampire. Assuming his guilt and love for humans doesn't cause him to falter, even with his enhanced abilities, he's not a huge threat. Crucifixes don't hurt him, and he's actually capable of mobility during the day, so he's more dangerous than the threat level 1 I really should have given Dracula. Honestly, I think we're looking at threat level 2. A single parish should be more than capable of subduing or eliminating him. I would recommend full parish deployment, but I know most parish fathers would only send out a pair, maybe a trio, to resolve this. I don't want to downplay Louis, but he might be our least deadly vampire. Please keep in mind the term least deadly vampire should be likened to something like least deadly gunshot wound or least deadly fall from a skyscraper. The Paladins are highly trained, highly disciplined agents meant specifically to answer threats like this. Louis could likely kill an entire village without much resistance should he have the desire. That in mind, like I said, he's actually probably likely to not only negotiate, but possibly even surrender himself. But, assuming he's not in the mood to talk, Louis would be a pretty standard vampire containment mission. First, we have to keep an eye on him, see if we can find his lair. That means the responding parish will need to, stake him out? Huh? You thought you were safe from the vampire puns. Yeah, but seriously, don't worry about the stakes. Use his need to feed so frequently against him. Though, that same need to feed means we need to act quickly, as he might kill up to 3 people a night if he's not dining on rats. We saw with Lestat the dead man's blood will not only weaken him, but apparently cause his healing ability to fail as well. Lestat, who previously healed wounds in seconds, bled out a huge pool of blood when Claudia slit his throat after poisoning him with dead man's blood. That would take some setting up, so I wouldn't rely on it. Much more likely extreme trauma or perhaps forcing him into the sunlight. We see when he attacks the theater of vampires that beheading, burning, and, well, bisection... Santiago's shoulder was in that cut, so it's not technically a beheading. Either way, that's clearly an option. Actually, I can think of a specific parish quite talented in blade work. Beyond that, their best bet is probably to find his coffin and attack during the day. Unlike Dracula, Louis isn't a literal corpse during the day, so he can flee or fight back, but his options will be much more limited. Best option is probably to isolate during the day, then try to bleed him dry, outwork his healing ability. We didn't see how well guns work against Louis or his kind, but, well, there's a reason the unofficial motto of the Paladins is shoot it, then shoot it again. Assuming negotiation or surrender isn't an option, here's my official Paladin recommendation. Use sensing devices or abilities to track his dark energy, assuming he has it. Traditional tracking methods otherwise. Single Paladin parish dispatch with warnings to surrounding parishes for potential backup. Focus on finding his lair, cut off means of escape, and attack during the day. Focus on bleeding him dry. Blades and firearms recommended. Shotguns for larger wounds and higher blood loss. A single parish should be more than capable of dealing with Louis. And with that, another vampire is in the books. Now, please don't mistake Louis' low ranking on the danger scale as meaning he's less of a vampire. I refuse to live in a world where Morbius is considered a better vampire than Louis de Pointe de Lac. On that note though, we're over halfway through our vampires for the year. And if you want to weigh in on which vampire you think is best, the one that most defines what it means to be a vampire, make sure to stick with us. In November, we'll be putting out a poll, and in December, we'll be tallying the results and determining which vampire reigns supreme. Dracula, Edward Cullen, Lady Dimitrescu, Michael Morbius, Marceline the Vampire Queen, Louis de Pointe de Lac. Which one is your favorite so far? Let me know down in the comments, and while you're there, let me know who you want to see next. I really hope you've enjoyed Monster Menagerie. If you have, hit that like button. Subscribe to make sure you don't miss any vampire ranking excitement, and ring that bell. Hit us up on Twitter, check out my live streams on Twitch, and please swing by to read the first few chapters of the Paladin and see some amazing artwork. Links down in the description. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed we didn't see more obvious displays of speed and strength that I could calculate. My analytical brain is getting a bit itchy for some calculations. Maybe next time. For now, I have to split. Maddie says Artifacts just got in a new painting and I have to see it. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there.
Rats. When did you eat rats, Louis?
It was a long, long time ago, before you were born. And I don't recommend them. Human form! Welcome back to the Paladin Archives, where we explore monsters from all over fiction. This year, we're taking an in-depth look at vampires on our show, Monster Menagerie! Yes, it's time once again to delve into the dark depths of the unseen world, and this month, if you haven't figured it out already, I'm focusing on that amazing show from Taika Waititi, What We Do in the Shadows. And, more specifically, Our vampire of the month is none other than Nandor the Relentless. Oh, we're gonna have fun this month. Like some of our other vampires, I'll be looking not only at Nandor himself, but his little coven, including Nadja, Laszlo, and of course Guillermo. Oh, and I can't forget Colin Robinson. Now the show, at the time of this video uploading, is on its 4th season, but man, I can't do all that in an observation, not if I want time to do anything else this month. So we're going to be restricting our observations this month to only season 1 of What We Do in the Shadows. Anything we learn in the movie or other seasons is off limits. But trust me, I think we have plenty to play with today. Before we get too far into it, I'd like to ask a quick favor. Please, if you would, swing on by. You can check out some sample chapters from Book 1 and see some amazing work from artist Prissy, like this lovely new piece of Paladin Knight Giz Johansson. Isn't she awesome? So swing on by and take a look. The debut novel, The Paladin, is going to be coming out soon, but we're always looking for beta readers for it and the sequels. Thanks for that little indulgence. Now, let's get back to analyzing Nandor. Nandor was born in 1262 in the now dissolved country of Al-Qolindar, in what is modern-day Iran. He was a fierce warrior, which earned him the title of the Relentless, having turned the Euphrates red with the blood of his enemies, twice.
They would call me Nando the Relentless, because I just never relent.
We know he had 37 wives, and around that time he became a vampire. Apparently his lifestyle as a blood-sucking nightwalker led to all of his wives leaving him. His history since then is spotty, at least in season 1. We know at some point he met up with Nadja and Laszlo, a vampire couple, and the three of them voyaged together across the sea to the New World around 200 years ago. Once there, they arrived in Staten Island and stayed there until present day. Why?
It is where the boat dropped us off.
The three of them went in on a cozy manner, but picked up a few roommates along the way because, hey, rent's expensive, man. First, they have the 4th vampire of their group, Colin Robinson. He's
what's known as a psychic vampire or energy vampire.
Long story short, he's a daywalker that feeds off emotions by either boring or enraging his victims. Lastly, we have Guillermo, the familiar of Nandor. Now, while Nadja and Laszlo technically have one, she's killed off almost immediately in the series, and I cannot remember her name to save my life. Guillermo, however, is much more of a fixture. He tends to Nandor's needs, cleans the house, purchases supplies, and helps his master locate victims. He dreams of being turned into a vampire someday, but after 10 long years of service, it's yet to happen. I'm sure it'll happen in season 2, right? From there, our band of misfit vampires basically just tries to survive modern-day Staten Island while a documentary crew films their days, or nights. We don't get a lot more about Nandor, other than he's sired over 200,000 living offspring, and he's a huge fan of the 1992 Olympic Dream Team. Beyond that, he's been tasked, along with his roommates, with taking over Staten Island. Or the entire New World? It's not quite clear, and even he isn't that interested in it.
Oh, I guess we're conquering the new world now.
Despite his title of the Relentless, Nandor is actually quite laid back. He complains and occasionally threatens, but for the most part, he doesn't really seem to have an aggressive bone in his undead body. Something that will bode well for any paladins meeting him. Like all vampires in this series, he has a distinct disregard for humanity. While he won't go out of his way to murder people, he does live off the blood of humans, especially virgins if he can get them. When he goes before the Staten Island City Council to demand their surrender to him, they tell him to come back in 2 months when the council is doing an open session. He immediately agrees to this without a fuss. Now, he does seem to occasionally show some concern for his familiar, Guillermo, but it's rare. Most of the time he looks at him as a lesser being. someone not worth paying attention to unless he can pin his mistakes on him. And yet, when push comes to shove, despite it being a very toxic relationship with Guillermo clearly getting the short end of the stick, Nandor does seem to harbor some affection for his little familiar. In his own way.
Mexican
Piñata
farmers.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. People love piñatas.
If we include the rest of the house, we see a definite pattern evolve. For one, none of the vampires bother to keep up to date with modern times. If specific things interest them, they may make exceptions, but overall, they're stuck in the past. From their dress to their language to their ideals, everything about them operates in the 1800s. Guillermo is essential to keeping the group updated and functional with the modern world, along with their fourth, Colin Robinson. Nandor is referred to as a fierce warrior, though even his roommates will say he's not particularly intelligent.
He's blessedly unburdened with the complications of a university education.
Still, despite that, Nandor is capable of brief moments of surprising cleverness. For instance, when he fights the duel against the werewolves, he picks a squeaky toy as his weapon, tricking the werewolf into jumping off the building. Overall, though, he tends toward getting himself into worse trouble rather than getting out of it. Like the last episode, I'm going to break this into two parts. The powers we see Nandor use, and the powers he's insinuated to have that the other vampires use. It seems that with the exception of invisibility, which only Nadja's little vampire fledgling seems to display, all the vampires share the same pool of power, just with variances in their level of mastery. For instance, Laszlo seems to be the best at hypnosis, though all three of them use it. I won't be going over Colin Robinson, as he's practically a different species, barely a vampire. Let's go over the basics. We've got some pyromancy, flight, transforming into a mist, transforming into a bat, transforming into a dog, hypnotism, oh, and one of my favorites, a sort of long-distance telepathic hypnosis.
I call out to you through the ether,
After prepping him in person, Nandor's able to later whisper to him across the city and impart psychic commands. All he seems to need is his victim's name and he's good to go.
Hi, Doc.
I do want to point out that his hypnosis does seem to have limits. Nandor specifically seems to be the least talented hypnotist out of the group, variously attributing his failure to enchant other people to either them not having souls or, well, I'll let Nandor explain.
Just you can't hypnotize a subject that doesn't want to do something that you want them to do.
Like Louis, I don't get a good sense of Nandor's strength. He can carry Guillermo while flying and hold him while he's dusting, but we don't really get any other big shows of strength. Also, like Louis, we could look at his lack of strength to get an idea, but well, there's an issue with that too. I was considering checking out the time he got locked in an animal cage, or when his coffin lid got stuck, but honestly, I'm more inclined to attribute his inability to escape to lack of, thought, rather than lack of strength. As for speed, well, they can make short bursts, little dashes, not unlike Louis and his vampire crew, but we never see anything sustained. Still, we can try to ballpark a speed here. Let's take a look at this scene where Laszlo zooms from the camera over to the stack of garbage cans to attempt to deal with some raccoons. It's one of the clearest scenes I can find of them doing that little vampire whoosh thing. Unfortunately, I can't get a good measure of how far he's traveling, so these are going to be some real back-of-the-napkin numbers. From starting position to the trash cans, let's call that 15 feet? Nah, let's say 20 feet, just to be generous. Better to overestimate. From the time Laszlo's power makes a sound and he starts moving until the time he appears by the trash cans, it's about 10 frames. At 30 frames per second, that means he's made the distance in 1/3 of a second. Simple enough math means if we extend that out to a full second, he's going 60 feet. So that puts us around 18.288 meters per second, or 65 kilometers per hour. And for our US viewers, that's almost 41 miles per hour. That's actually better than Edward, funnily enough. I don't know if they can do it for sustained periods, but he's essentially moving faster than Racehorse Secretariat did when they set the record at the Belmont Stakes. Belmont Stakes. Perfect reference for this vampire analysis. But yes, he's probably pretty fast. Not mind-blowing, but probably handy in a fight. Now, let's switch over to the list of powers we see his friends do that seem reasonably within his wheelhouse as well. We have wall crawling, which we see Nadja display on a few occasions and even teaches to her newly transformed vampireling. We've got rapid healing on display from Laszlo, though it was only a minor raccoon bite. We don't really see any significant damage get healed. In that same scene, we also see animal hypnosis? Laszlo literally pulls a Pied Piper and lures a bunch of those raccoons together to slaughter them. We've got telekinesis from Nadja, though this might only work on doors, along with a weird sort of telepathy? A sort of past life regression. Basically, in this world, reincarnation is a thing, and Nadja let her side lover, Gregor/Jeff, relive his past lives to help him remember her. Oh, and she also turns into a huge pile of rats, so yeah, I think Nadja probably has the most interesting power set. Do any of these pose a threat to the Paladins? Well, I mean, maybe in the hands of more, competent vampires. We'll see. I really don't have to make a big deal about this, but yeah, they have fangs. And boy, do they use them. So long as we're not talking about the Baron, they look indistinguishable from humans. I didn't notice any pointed ears or anything like that. I don't get a good sense for how often they need to feed, but they don't seem to have any issues getting blood. We learn in the first episode they have multiple victims down in the basement, and apparently they're prone to not finishing one before starting another. From what I can see on screen, the vampires don't seem to need that much blood. In one instance, Laszlo and Nadja feed on a man who's a huge jerk to them, and they basically rip him apart in midair. With the amount of blood that falls down, raining on the deceased's presumed girlfriend, we can see they don't seem to care about wasting blood. Furthermore, we see that Guillermo, when tasked with getting food for the biannual vampire orgy, only procures a single virgin. Given how much crap Guillermo takes from all three of the vampires in that house, not counting Colin, I can't imagine they'd let him get away with undersupplying their orgy, so I guess one virgin is enough to feed some 2 or 3 dozen vampires? They all seem to have just, like, all the classic vampire idiosyncrasies. Sunlight? Poof. Kills him dead. Stakes? Done. Crosses? Can't get near them. In fact, just crossing your fingers messes with them. Actually, it's funny because they are super sensitive to pretty much all Christian iconography in a way that just feels like a parody of the vampires I know. And I guess it is, so They can't enter churches without bursting into flames. Holy water turns them into crispy critters too. Heck, they can't even say the words God or Jesus.
Look at the pictures on the glass. It's the Jeepers man.
Here's the weird ones I really like, though. First off, not only do they not appear in mirrors, but they don't appear to conduct electricity, by which I mean electronic screens and touchpads are unresponsive to them. It's possible their bodies are too cold for heat-sensitive screens, or perhaps they just don't conduct for some reason. They also can't eat human food. It immediately and violently disagrees with them. But my favorite thing about them? They can't enter a building without permission.
Excuse us.
Can we come into the shelter? We're open till 11. Okay, that's great. We see that. Can we come in? Yeah, come in.
Without that, they're stuck. Okay, really? Do I need to really explain my thinking on this one? Okay, so when I originally did Dracula, I gave him a threat level of 2, and let's be honest, he deserved a 1. Why? Because during the day he was a sitting duck. You could open his coffin and he didn't respond. He just laid there and let an octogenarian like Van Helsing drive a stake into him. These guys seem to have all the same weaknesses as Dracula, more even, and none of the cunning. Sure, under the right circumstances, they could probably kill some people, but honestly, even a rookie paladin should be able to handle Nandor and his friends. Nandor the Relentless, I love you, man, but you get a threat level 1. It's a miracle you haven't killed yourself yet. I don't see you posing much threat to a trained paladin. But who knows? I haven't seen Season 2. Maybe that's when we see his amazing battle prowess. Okay, so, yeah, everything I said about Dracula. Same goes here. Now, Nandor and company do seem to be conscious and capable of thought during the day, but still, they're very confined. We see how little it takes to bring one down. Stakes work, holy water works, sunlight works, crucifix work. Heck, crossing your fingers works. Tracking them down won't be too terribly hard. They need a regular supply of victims, but they also really prefer virgins, so that helps us narrow it down. Also, we know they aren't keen to move, and they've been on Staten Island for 200 years. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say these guys definitely give off dark energy, so I think we can find them.
All right, I can feel his energy. It's very dark and angry, and I think it's pointed at you guys.
They have to return home every day, even if they're being chased. They can't escape into a random building without being invited. I really don't think I need to go too far in depth on this one. Hell, I'm half convinced if they panic and flee the Order, they'll kill themselves. But if I were to really think it out, yeah, Christian iconography, holy water, and stakes. It shouldn't be terribly hard. Single parish deployment. Determine their location, then lock it down. Simple staking should be more than enough, but include crucifixes and holy water in your loadout. As always, make surrounding parishes aware of your quarry. Okay, I'm trying to be as serious as I can. That's what this part is for, but have you watched the show? I'm pretty certain we can send a toddler in with a sharp pencil and end these guys. Sorry, it's just really hard to stay serious around this lot. Yeah, stake them out and stake them in. Man, that was fun. If you haven't watched this show, I really recommend it. When I analyze a vampire, I usually have to watch the source material multiple times, and well, that third watch of Morbius can be painful. So can the first two, for that matter. But I was actively watching the show even as I wrote this script, and I didn't need to be. It's so fun, so dumb, and so well thought out. But that's Nandor the Relentless. Honestly, I'd probably want to try making friends with him rather than getting him staked, but, you know, that's the job. What did you think? Was I too harsh on him? That threat level 1 makes him officially the least threatening vampire on our list. We're over halfway through the year now, and we've got a nice, healthy lineup of undead bloodsuckers. Dracula and Edward, Domitresque and Morbius, Marceline and Louis, and now, the great Nandor the Relentless. Who's your favorite? Ooh, and who do you think we should do next month? Let me know down in the comments section. Oh, and if you're enjoying the Monster Menagerie, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. We've got a lovely little Twitch channel where we just hit our first follower goal. So look forward to some new channel updates over there. I might be getting a glow up, if you catch my drift. And of course, you can catch us over at Twitter. And if you like this little world we've built with the Paladins, make sure to learn more and see some amazing artwork. Like our newest piece of Paladin Knight Giz Johansson. Credit to our amazing artist, Prissy. Once again, she knocked it out of the park. Find my links and hers down in the comments section. Well, I gotta get back to the archives. The fleshbound tomes need their weekly allotment of blood or they're gonna get really cranky. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Thanks for helping me with the intro, by the way. Fangs. Gunplay. And oh, so much leather. It's a tale of vampires, werewolves, and vampire werewolves. Buckle in, because we have all this and more in this episode of Monster Menagerie. Welcome to Monster Menagerie, brought to you by the Paladin Archives. I am your humble guide through our year-long voyage of vampires, Mason Kren. If this is your first time in the archives, welcome. If you're returning, how do you like the new look? Huh? Can you tell I got my hair did? This year, we've taken a long trip through the annals of fiction to look at some amazing vampires. And this month, we decided to go back to a simpler time, a better time. A time when vampires wore all black leather and maybe a duster if the mood was right. When they focused on bullets more than bites. Yes, we're looking at that seminal classic from the black leather period of cinema, Underworld. So that means our vampire of the month is none other than Selene. Now, remember the rules for our analysis. We only use information we get from the target material. In this case, the 2003 movie Underworld. Anything from the sequels, the novelization, or anything else is off limits. If the movie doesn't actually say it, we don't consider it. Why? Because in my line of work, we often only have our observations to go on when I put together a report for Paladins in the field. Before we get too deep into this, just a reminder, we're inching closer to the end of the year when we take all the vamps we've looked at and break them down to see which vampire is the most vampiric of the lot. Keep in mind I didn't say most dangerous, I didn't say coolest, but I guess you can ignore that when you vote because we'll be opening up a poll to you guys in November to see which vampire you liked most. Just a quick rundown, we've done Dracula, the OG vampire, Edward Cullen, Lady Dimitrescu, Michael Morbius, Marceline the Vampire Queen, Louis de Pont du Lac, and Nandor the Relentless. Add in Selene to that mix and we have quite the eclectic collection of vampires. So, if you want to see where this is going, make sure you like and subscribe, hit that bell so you don't miss the next episode of Monster Menagerie, and feel free to drop your vampire suggestions in the comments. Alright, Night Watchers, let's throw on our leather dusters, wear our sunglasses at night, and embrace the edge. Because it's time to examine Selene. Selene is a death dealer, a special group of vampires specifically trained and dispatched to kill lichens while wearing skin-tight suits with black dusters. Very incognito. I had a hard time figuring out exactly when she was born, as the movie was kind of vague. I cheated a little and I checked her wiki page, and apparently her age switches between movies. She starts at 120 and then is retconned to 632. Full disclosure, I couldn't find any reference to this in the film or even in the production script. Either way, she was born into a nearly 1,000-year war between the lichens, werewolves, and the vampires. Apparently, lichens were weaker in the past and more reliant on the moon for transforming. they were enslaved by the vampires to be their daytime guardians. Celine's vampire sire, an ancient known as Victor, started the war when his daughter married and was impregnated by a lichen. She was executed by sunlight to kill the unborn child growing in her womb, a sullying of the vampire bloodline in Victor's eyes. From there, he began his centuries-long campaign to eradicate lichens. Celine was turned centuries later when a very hangry Victor nommed her entire family, stopping at her only because she reminded him of his long-dead daughter. He convinced her that lichens ate her family, and she was raised from that point on as his vampire daughter. Her coven isn't entirely populated by leather. Some of the others prefer the more, frilly look. The vampire Craven, who really seems to want to get into Celine's jumpsuit, is the de facto leader of their coven while Victor is taking a 200-year nap. The pair of them butt heads throughout the film, with Celine even going so far as to wake Victor up 100 years early, effectively going over his head to tell Dad on him. Celine is very serious. Her film came out during the early 2000s edge craze, with movies like The Matrix leading the pack. I know several vampires just within our jurisdiction who still laugh at this film's choice of wardrobe. Either way, she is disciplined and focused. She's a death dealer, and that's no hobby. She comments at the beginning of the film that her job is to hunt lichens down one by one, a job they've done so well she fears her order will soon be obsolete.
Pity, because I lived for it.
She tracks her prey with relentless enthusiasm. Fortunately for us, her prey seems to be only lichens. And with that, honestly, we've kind of plumbed the depths of her character. She had little overarching goals in the movie that don't amount to kill lichens. I wouldn't say she has a disregard for humanity so much as she just doesn't even think about them. Her coven apparently holds patents on fake blood and plasma that fund their endeavors, so they have little need to ever think about humans. We never see what she does for fun, what her favorite music is, or how she spends her evenings that aren't filled with lichen killing. Wait, scratch that last one. When she's not killing lichens, she's training to kill lichens. If I had to guess how Celine would react to meeting a Paladin, I'd probably say she'd ignore them as best she could. If they're humans, why bother interacting with them at all? Just look at her time with Michael when they first meet. She regards him as only important because lichens are tracking him. Granted, later they do come seconds away from bumping leather-clad bits, but until then, he's only as important as the information he can provide her. Okay, so this section is going to be a little weird. This movie came out in the period where companies were ashamed to really dive into their material.
You actually go outside in these things? What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
Superhero movies from this time tried so hard to be realistic, which usually just meant dark and gritty, with as little focus on powers as possible. This movie was no exception to that rule. The vampires in Underworld, there's very little reason they needed to be vampires, if I'm honest. They could have been elves without it drastically affecting the plot. They cast reflections in mirrors, they're not amazingly faster or stronger than humans, they don't hunt people, they drink synthetic blood, and in the original script of the movie, Celine reveals they haven't hunted for well over a century. Instead, they're focused on gunplay, another staple of movies at that time. So, we actually get relatively few displays of her powers. But let's take a look at what I was able to find. Right off the bat, we have what I can only call Featherfall, for my D&D nerds out there. Celine starts the movie with a monologue from her perch before dropping down to street level. She's about 6... let's be generous and say 7 stories up. The average height for a building story is about 14 feet, so she's dropping about 98 feet or just under 30 meters. Not enough to reach terminal velocity, so let's estimate her speed. Ballparking this, she goes from perch to sidewalk in about 4 seconds. 30 meters in 4 seconds, velocity equals distance over time, we get her hitting the ground at 7.5 meters per second, or about 16 miles per hour. Very survivable. For comparison, an average human falling from that same height would hit the ground in 2.49 seconds at a velocity of about 54 miles per hour, or 24 meters per second. Splat. Big thank you to Omnicalculator for the assist on that one. Link in the description. They appear to have a healing factor, but it's definitely not instantaneous. After getting stabbed and then both her and Michael flipping the car into the water, Michael wraps her wound. We don't get to see how long it takes, but the scene cuts, and when we come back to Celine awakening, presumably the same night, it's completely healed. Impressive, but not fast enough to matter in a fight with a lichen. It's implied they have superior strength and speed, but again, we don't see it on camera. Celine does some impressive flipping, but she never tosses any boulders or chases down a car. I suppose we can look at her pinning Michael to the wall with one hand, but that's still well within the realm of human capability. Something very unique to this universe is the idea that the blood of immortals, a catch-all term for both vampires and lichens, carries their memories. Lucian, the head of the lichens, uses this to inform Michael about the history of the war, and Celine herself uses her blood to catch Victor up on events by talking into the mirror before giving him a bit of herself to drink. And with that, we actually run out of powers. As I said, we're only using examples demonstrated in this movie, not the sequels, and if I'm frank, Celine doesn't actually do much fighting in her own movie that isn't shooting. Speaking of which, I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that she's quite talented at shooting, at least at the range. In actual combat, both her and her opponents tend to obliterate the walls more than one another, but that matters very little when we look at her true special ability. Endless ammunition. For real, guys, she has pistols without extended magazines. In total, she reloads 6 times in the movie, and once was so impractical, I still haven't figured out how she got the mags into the gun. But even assuming she reloads off-screen, those are Beretta 92 FSs with a maximum capacity of 15 shots per pistol. Look at this scene. Every shot she fires lets off about 5 bullets or so. Much like Edward's ability to alter his own gravity, I have to give it to Celine for being able to warp space and time to never need reloading. Fangs. By this point, it's becoming more and more common, but I still think it's important to mention. In this movie, especially with all the attempts to make things real, I wouldn't have been surprised if Celine and company were toothless like Edward. She doesn't seem to be that amazingly resilient, at least for a vampire, as we see her pass out driving away from Lucian. His blade sunk into her shoulder, a terrible wound for a human, but the kind of stab we'd see other vampires shake off. Sunlight apparently kills them, but specifically UV light. I do want to take a moment to address this, as the Paladin Order deals with vampires quite a bit in our daily, or I suppose nightly dealings. In our world, we're still not completely certain what it is about sunlight that harms, and in some cases, flat out kills vampires. In Underworld, it appears to be UV light specifically because of the special tracer ammunition the lichens use. In our world, it's not UV light that does it. If it was, we wouldn't waste time making sunlight bullets when we could just make ultra-high lumen flashlights. I mean, I know it was 2003, but the idea of a flashlight that hits at 120,000 lumens is not far-fetched. Here, check out this flashlight that can light up entire fields. Slap some UV lights in there, and I don't care how fast your vampires are, they aren't dodging this. Back to their physiology, apparently, with only the exception of Michael Corvin's bloodline, anyone bitten by one type of immortal will die if subjected to the other.
No one's ever survived a bite from both species.
Beyond this, the movie doesn't actually give us a lot of the vampire rules. I know Celine feeds on blood, or rather synthetic cloned blood, but I have no idea how often she has to do it, nor if it affects her ability to heal or use her vampiric powers. None of this movie takes place during the day, and the rest of the night scenes, often have rain, so I only have the execution scene of Victor's daughter to go on. I don't know if vampires in Underworld stay in coffins, if they need to regenerate, or if they just wander around indoors and underground shooting at marble busts. Dang, man. Tell me you have too much money without telling me you have too much money. Now, for those who don't remember or who just found our channel, a Paladin threat level is a quick reference I can give Paladins in the field to help them understand how big a threat they're facing. The scale goes from 1 to 10, with 1 being a pack of rat kings invading your apartment complex, while a 10 is more like cultist finishing the ritual that summons the sleeping ones who exist neither here nor there, whose very concept drives men mad, and who will slowly begin the process of singing our very essences into their primordial constituents, from which they will begin their 100-year feast. So, bad stuff. Disclaimer, the scale is weighted toward the bottom, and each rung on the ladder is an exponential threat jump. That is to say, 2 isn't twice as dangerous as 1. Okay, I also need to emphasize this. My analysis of Celine is based solely on the 2003 movie Underworld. I'm led to believe that, like Lestat, she becomes insanely powerful in later movies, but for just the Celine we see, I don't see a terribly high threat level, at least not as a vampire. In fact, she might be more up the alley of an anti-heretic paladin than an anti-freak paladin. Her strength, her speed, her endurance, it all really pales in comparison to her gunplay. And of course, endless ammunition doesn't hurt. I'd say even if she's as bad a shot as her Lycan counterparts in the movie, that one power alone makes her a deadly force to reckon with. I give Celine the Death Dealer a paladin threat level of 2. Make sure you pack heavy vestments, guys, because this fight is going to have a lot of bullets involved. Assuming Celine isn't up to negotiating, and assuming we're looking to kill rather than capture, we need to consider how we're going to approach her in the field. I think the first thing is to actually treat Celine more like a heretic than a freak. For those that don't know, in the Paladin Order, Paladins generally specialize in one of 4 disciplines. Anti-freak for general monsters like vampires and werewolves, anti-demon for, well, demons, anti-specter for spirits, ghosts, and other ethereal beings, and anti-heretic for human threats, including magically enhanced ones like witches. Because Celine seems to favor gunplay over direct physical attacks, I think it's best to treat her as such. We see no evidence that holy water, crucifixes, or other typical vampire fighting weapons have any effect on her kind, but stabbing seems to work just fine. The real problem is going to be how to minimize civilian casualties. Fangs and claws are one thing, but bullets have little regard for who they hit. She's a tactician, and even within this movie, it looks like she's used to hitting situations solo. The trick is going to be to lure her somewhere away from civilians. Maybe we keep her busy until sunrise so we can trap her in place? Definitely have to make sure the floors are either reinforced or there's no basement so she doesn't do her little gun kata elevator. Paladins have different outfits they can wear depending on the threat. We call them vestments. Heavy vestments, which incorporate ballistic armor, will be a definite requirement for this run. Numbers are going to be needed on this as well, not necessarily because of her ability to kill, but more her ability to slip away. I think standard ammunition should prove to be effective enough. We see how badly she suffers from that stab Lucian gave her. I have no reason to believe Lucian's blade is silver or anything like that. It really seems like silver has no effect on vampires in this movie anyway, otherwise the Lycans would use the same bullets back on the vampires, right? Okay, so maybe we can set up a trap in an isolated building, something with a little distance from other structures and no access to sewers or subway tunnels by bullet drilling. Full Paris dispatch. If possible, utilize backup from nearby parishes to ensure the target can't escape. Heavy vestments suggested, as gunplay is all but guaranteed. Isolate and cut off, utilizing daylight to keep the target's movements restricted. Utilize anti-heretic tactics. Treat the target as an armed heretic rather than a vampire. Flashbangs and other disorienting ordnance to facilitate capture or kill. Okay, so assuming every shot Celine fires is with a silver bullet, and considering how much she misses intentionally or unintentionally, I'm curious what her ammunition budget has to look like. Quick math, she uses a pair of Beretta 92 FS's, each with a capacity of 15 rounds, though, as said before, she might reload magically. Berettas use 9mm ammo. Average weight of a bullet is about 114 to 147 grains. Let's take the lower end. We need 114 grains of silver, which is about 7.38 grams. Silver is currently at about 74 cents per gram, so each bullet is worth about $5.50 US. Meaning, her guns, at full capacity, are holding $165 worth of silver, and a box of 50 is worth at least $275, not counting the labor that went into making them. Okay, show me Celine's scenes.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Celine fires 545 shots in the course of the movie that we can confirm are silver bullets. That's the low-end estimate, by the by. That doesn't count the silver nitrate, the UV rounds, or whatever she was using at the shooting range. That means she used $2,997.50 worth of silver. And with her only reloading 6 times that we can see, that averages an ammunition capacity of 87.5 bullets per gun. My math might be off a little, but let's be honest, you're not going to check it. Seriously, guys, this movie is the epitome of the rule of cool. Nothing in it really made sense, but it didn't have to at the time because it was just so freaking cool looking. And Kate Beckinsale in a shiny skin-tight suit probably didn't hurt either. Well, either way, I hope you guys enjoyed Monster Menagerie here at the Paladin Archives. Once again, make sure you like and subscribe, it really helps out the channel. And don't forget that bell notification so you don't miss our next episode. If you're up to it, let me know what you thought of Celine down in the comments, or who you think we should analyze next. Or how long you think Celine could stay at the house with Nandor and friends before murdering them all in cold blood. Like I said before, we have a poll coming up in November to decide who you think is the most vampiric vampire out of the lot. Make sure you stick around so you can vote. Now, before you go, I've got a couple of announcements. One, if you haven't been following us over on Twitch, what are you waiting for? We play games there, talk about Paladin stuff, and just have a great time. I recently did a collab with my friend Annabelle, playing some Left 4 Dead 2, and guys, check out this piece of fan art the stream inspired. Huge shout out to Hans and Hollis for your amazing work. Speaking of art, we have this new lovely piece from friend of the channel, Pris, a gorgeous portrait of yours truly. Man, I wish I looked that pretty for real. As always, all our artist links are down in the description. And last bit, we now have a Discord server. That's right, you can head over to our new server, the Paladin Archives, to get updates on the book, the Paladin, our YouTube videos, and of course, our Twitch streams. We have voting on video topics, games I'll play, and there's even fan art, and of course, discussion about the world of the Paladin. A big shout out to Twitch user DivDev for setting that up. Dev, you're the best. Link down in the description. Okay, time to run, guys. The steward just arrived, and if I don't look busy enough, he's gonna send me on a coffee run for him. Again. Until next time, don't forget to keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's out there. Yeah, I know about the idea that silver-backed mirrors are why vampires cast no reflection, and modern mirrors should show them. Silver doesn't affect Celine, though, remember? Checkmate. He's been there since you were a child. Watching. Waiting. Counting. Get ready for a unique episode of Monster Menagerie! Welcome to Monster Menagerie, brought to you by the Paladin Archives. My name is Mason Kren. Kren's the name, Mason's the title. If you're new here, my job is to analyze threats for the Paladin Order and report back to them with vital information they need to stay alive and help others when faced with the throngs of creatures that go bump in the night. So of course, in my off time, I turn that analytic ability toward the world of pop culture. This year, we're analyzing vampires. We've done Dracula, we've done Edward Cullen, we've done Lady Dimitrescu, Morbius, Marceline the Vampire Queen, Louis de Poindulac, Nandor the Relentless, and we can't forget Celine. How many vampires is that?
That's 8! 8!
And with today's vampire, we hit the magic number 9. Yes, friends, today we revisit your childhood and explore things the Children's Television Workshop didn't want you to know. We're looking at the one, the only, Count Von Count. Now, the reason I said this would be a unique episode is that, unlike the others, we have to break my one big rule. For everyone, Dracula all the way to Celine, we only looked at the movie or show or game or whatever they were from. No sequels, no alternate versions, no supplemental material. But for the Count, well, his first appearance was in 1972. As of the airing of this episode, that's 51 years of the Count and still going strong. So I had to turn to some supplemental material, namely the Muppet Wiki, which led me to a lot of good sources about him. Hey, you see all those books behind me? Well, sometimes I luck out and the creature we need is well documented. Before we get too deep, I just want to give a quick shout out for our new Discord server. You can find a link down in the description. We talk about the new novel coming out, The Paladin, which all this is based around. We chat about monsters and fun stuff, and of course, there's a big focus on our Twitch stream. We'd love to have you come by. Well, I think that's enough shilling for our stuff. Don't worry, we'll hit you again later. For now, it's time to take a look at this crazy counting vampire. That's one crazy counting vampire. First things first, let's address the Muppet in the room. Is the Count even a vampire? I mean, it seems obvious, right? Just look at him. But the Children's Television Workshop really went out of their way to make sure they never actually called him a vampire on television. A few books here and there mentioned it, but there was nothing concrete. Until Wired got to the bottom of it.
Is the Count from Sesame Street a vampire? Yes, but I am a vampire with an unquenchable thirst for numbers.
There. Straight from the purple horse's mouth. It doesn't get more direct than that. With that out of the way, let's delve into the admittedly thin, but somehow deeper than I imagined, lore of Count Von Count. According to his dialogue in the song The Batty Bat, he grew up in Transylvania, in the Carpathian Mountains. Their castle was cold, but apparently counting somehow kept them warm. Maybe it was all the dancing? It's insinuated he was born a vampire and grew up, which is rare but not unheard of in my line of work. We learned this from him reminiscing about his first day at school. Either way, he showed up on Sesame Street and began harassing the locals, not by hunting them as prey, but by counting everything in sight. And, of course, when he reaches the end of his counting... Beyond that, we don't know a lot about his past. We know once he relocated to Sesame Street, he had a string of lovers. No, I'm not kidding. His most famous was the Countess Natasha von Numeral, or just simply the Countess. But he also romanced Lady Two, Susan Sarandon, and Countess von Backwards. I'm pretty sure Countess Darling von Darling is his cousin, though. Yeah, it's not much, but, deeper than you thought, huh? Arithmomania. The compulsive need to count things. It's a classic trope among vampires, and boy, does this man have it.
Do you know why they call me the Count? Because I love to count things.
Overall, the Count is pretty benign, but that doesn't mean he's without any negative traits. He tends to interrupt others when there's the promise of counting things, and there's always something to count. People, dolls, apples, hot dogs, even Maria's toes. He's insistent that he get to count things, even if the people involved don't want to engage. But most of all, his arithmomania is so strong, he thinks nothing of stunning or hypnotizing others to get what he wants.
Ernie's box, and he told me...
He's a romantic at heart, but even this can take a back seat to his counting. Once, while attempting to get his paramour, the Countess, to agree to marry him, he actually refused her acceptance because he was enjoying counting her refusals.
Wait, don't give up so soon. I'm beginning to enjoy this.
I think my favorite thing about him, he's more cunning and tricksy than you'd think. Without provocation, he decided to trick half the main cast into staring up into the sky like doofuses, purely for his own amusement.
Five people standing with their noses pointed straight up and looking very silly. 5!
Now, assuming there was a reason for the Paladins to be after him, which would be weird, but hey, we're here already, how would he react to the Paladins? Well, he's not really violent. He might hypnotize them and tell them to leave, but only if they were in the way of his counting. More likely, he'd probably want to count how many Paladins we sent after him. The Count has more abilities than I would have thought. Some are fairly benign, but others are potentially dangerous if wielded recklessly. Let's start with the first one. Conjuration of thunder and lightning, occasionally with rain. Whenever the Count finishes his counting, he always ends with his signature, ah, ah, ah. That is always accompanied by flashing lightning and crashing thunder. I don't think I have to explain how dangerous an ability like that could be, should the Count choose to direct it malevolently. But on top of that, as we see in this scene with Maria, he can conjure rain indoors through the phone.
And start the game.
Probably his most useful power, for ill or for good, is his hypnotism. I wasn't sure that it wasn't just some kind of stun the first time he used it, but then he straight up forced Grover to bring him hot dog after hot dog. Not to eat, just to count. I had a hard time finding actual footage, but I did recall, and thanks to several people in my Discord server, found that in episode 2863, the Count pulls all the tissues out of Telemonster's box of tissues, 40 in all. When confronted about the mess, the Count simply reverses time in a localized area. With a flip of his wrist, he counts backwards, and all the tissues return to the box in their former place. Somehow, the Count uses counting to reverse time itself. He attributes this trick to his mother, who was apparently, quote, a very neat counter. Lastly, though we never see it on camera, the Count does insist in an interview at San Diego Comic-Con that he can turn into a bat.
Yeah. And if I want to get around, I just change into a bat and flutter over everyone.
Again, much like his lore, it's not much. No bending bars, no stopping oncoming traffic. But hey, he might still prove to be more dangerous than Nandor. Most prominently, the Count does have 2 large fangs, and that's all he has in there. In fact, he has a special toothbrush just for them. He has purple-tinted, skin? Felt? Either way, abnormal skin tones aren't unheard of for vampires, as are the pointed ears. Like many vampires, he has an aversion to garlic.
Garlic? Pass.
And my favorite? He doesn't cast a reflection in mirrors.
You are a terrible mirror. No reflection on you, of course.
On the flip side, he doesn't seem to be bothered by sunlight at all. While he seems to prefer the night, he's been seen relaxing on beaches, counting coconuts. Not to mention, most of his interactions on Sesame Street are during the day. He doesn't seem to need a coffin, which is a hit or miss thing for all the vampires I've been studying in pop culture. And to top it off, he doesn't seem to really have a bloodthirst. Or does he? Ladies and gentlemen and NB friends, I submit to you that the Count does secretly have a bloodlust. You see, while he orders food and even has picnics, he never eats the food. He's far more interested in counting it than devouring it. So then, how does he sustain himself? I considered that he might somehow sustain himself with counting. Perhaps some variant of psychic vampire, you know? but it appears that his family is prone to a rare disease called the counting flu. When afflicted by such a disease, counting at all will cause them to pass out. Such a malady would ensure his bloodline, pun intended, died out quickly if counting was their only source of sustenance. So that only leaves one thing: blood. Yes, I know you're doubtful, so was I. Until I saw this. Yes, my friends, I believe that behind the scenes, when the cameras are off, the Count not only dines on others, supping on the lifeblood of the Sesame denizens, but that he's spread his dark disease. Just look! Big Bird is clearly the Count's thrall, or perhaps his familiar. And with his mastery of mesmerism, it'd be child's play to cause his victims to forget. I'm doing it. I'm straight up saying the thing Peter Griffin suspected.
You're asking if they've ever done a Sesame Street in which the Count kills somebody and then sucks their blood for sustenance?
Yeah.
No, they've never done that.
For those that are new, a Paladin threat level is shorthand. When Paladins are out in the field and need info on a threat they're chasing, they count on Masons like me to give them the info they need in as succinct a manner as possible. So, we rate threats on a scale of 1 to 10, which is heavily weighted toward the bottom. That means something like, brownies infesting your refrigerator and making it dance the mamba across your house. That's a 1. A single Paladin could probably fix that in an afternoon. Now, a 10 is more like when a group of archaeologists pull up the unnamed book of Yog-Sothoth, inadvertently calling forth Abholos, spawn of Cthulhu's tears and bile, the devourer in the mist, to begin the 1,000-year undoing, in which every living thing is broken down, peeled apart like threads from a garment, and woven back together as one torturous mass from which the old ones will begin to feed, our very cries and suffering acting as metaphysical garnish to their feast. That's a 10. We're not coming back from that. Now, as we saw a couple episodes ago, Nandor the Relentless managed to be the very first threat level 1 on our show, although technically Dracula should have been. His powers were many, but his ability to use them to any degree of threat was limited. What about the Count? Well, it's no secret that arithmomania is common among vampires. A classic technique when encountering one is to cast marbles or pennies out, forcing them to stop what they're doing and count them. It works about 20-25% of the time. With the Count, I'm sure it would be an instant game stopper, but I question if it will even come to that. I've already established the Count is clearly holding everyone on Sesame Street hostage, likely without them even realizing it. He's shown that when he's pushed or frustrated, he will attack. I think the very act of investigating him might trigger this. Once he's shown his true colors, that mesmerism will be something to watch out for. On top of that, the ability to summon lightning, thunder, and even rain would be devastating, far more dangerous than what most vampires can manage, especially if he can aim that lightning. But the real issue? The time warping. Imagine this. 5 paladins jump out, guns raised, ordering him to stand down. He counts them. 5 unlucky paladins! Ah! Lightning strikes down. They open fire. Blam, blam, blam. But he counts. 3, 2, 1. The bullets return to their chambers. Depending on how you look at this, he could be a pushover, or he could be a deadly adversary waiting to strike. My eyes tell me threat level 1, but my gut tells me threat level 3. Better to err on the side of caution, lest you end up as one dead paladin. We have a number of ways to go about this, but I think we're going to need to focus on Spiritualist. That's the anti-specter and anti-demon disciplines, which, if you don't know what those are, there should be a card in the upper corner there that can brief you on the Paladin disciplines. Either of those should have the mental fortitude and training to resist his mesmerism, but even if not, they should be more used to it and know how to avoid getting in that situation in the first place. I think if we tail him, keep notes on his whereabouts, we can set up a scenario to keep him busy. Like we saw when his picnic was disassembled by ants. He's so focused on counting that he doesn't care about anything else. I bet if we use something like a roll of pennies or a box of nails, he'll stop to count and give us plenty of time to get into position. Daylight doesn't hurt him, but he is averse to garlic. That's okay for warding him off, but you'd have to be creative to trap him with it. The paladins I know are, well, they like shooting things. He's a proven biter, so maybe a garland of garlic around their necks to keep him at bay. The only thing I'm not sure about countering is that whole time reversal power. I suppose we can try tranquilizers from a distance, but man, he can even summon rain and lightning over the phone. Okay, best thought I have is a counting trap. Just, like, give him a whole kindergarten playset with everything he could want to count. Then strike from a distance. Single Parish Dispatch. Garlands of garlic to repel physical attack. Utilize Spiritualist to avoid and resist mesmerism. Track target. Distract with a heavy number of countables such as marbles or buttons. Attack from a distance. Capture or kill as required. Yes, I just spent the last 20 minutes explaining how to capture and possibly kill the Count from Sesame Street. I know, I'm a monster. But you know what? I can live with that. I can live with it if it means the streets, the Sesame Streets, are safe once again. But what do you think? Is the Count really as dangerous as I proposed? Am I just pulling this out of my cloak? Let me know what you think down in the comments section. And while you're there, don't forget to drop your suggestion for our next vampire. Remember, we only have 2 more vampires to go. 2! That's 2 vampires! Sorry, I only had 1 left in me. Anyways, once we get to December, we're stacking them all against one another to see which vampire is the best of the best, and I'm going to need your help to do it. Make sure you check out our Discord server where you can suggest new topics for me to cover, take a look at some chapters of our book, The Paladin, and of course meet with our awesome community of people. I want to take a brief moment to share some amazing fan art that has been coming into the server, and yeah, guys, I just have to say, it really touches me to see you guys like enjoying the content, enjoying the streaming so much that, you know, you want to make this stuff. Keep it coming, and I love you all. We stream on Twitch every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And don't forget to check us out on Twitter as well. Yes, I'm still calling it Twitter. So, which vampire do you think is the best so far? And who are we going to do next? Like, subscribe, and hit that bell to make sure you don't miss out on our next episode of Monster Menagerie. For now, I have to go. Maddie accidentally dropped a pink sock in with all the white garments, and now I have to figure out how to fix this. I'll see you guys next time. And don't forget, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. As of 2017, the Count claimed his age to be 6,523,728 years old. That means he was born right around the time that humans were branching off from the other apes. Class, style, gravitas, and abs that go on for days. Netflix gave us a second trip to the vampire buffet, so let's enjoy this Aztec Adonis in this episode of Monster Menagerie. Welcome to Monster Menagerie, brought to you by the Paladin Archives. Happy Halloween! You know, it wasn't easy deciding which vampire would get the coveted Halloween spot. There were a lot of strong contenders, but thankfully for me and the algorithm, a brand new Castlevania is out. Now, a lot of you have been asking me, Cran, when are you covering Alucard? Well, here's the issue. Whether you meant this Alucard or this Alucard, I can't do either. This one, spoiler alert, is just actually Count Dracula, and we already did him. The other one is the son of Dracula, but his mother is human. That means he's not technically a vampire. He's a dhampir. But that doesn't mean we're left hungry for vampires in Netflix Castlevania series, because this month, I've cultivated the most prime choice of USDA-approved vampire for your viewing pleasure. Castlevania Nocturne's own Olrox. Before we get too deep in the weeds on this amazing vampire, I want to take a moment to shout out our Discord server. Big thanks to Dev, my mod there, and on Twitch for setting it up. We talk about our videos, our Twitch streams, and of course, the whole world of the Paladin in the books section. Don't forget to check us out on Twitch too. I play games there and occasionally do my vampire research live on stream. We have tons of fun and I'd love to have you join us. Links for everything down in the description. Back to the vampires. If you're new here, my job as a Mason is to collect, maintain, organize, and dispense vital information to paladins in the field as they face off against the worst of the creatures that prowl the night. So, of course, in my free time, I turn my analytical eye to the world of pop culture. From Dracula to Nandor, Marceline to the Count, we've spent this year reviewing some of the most interesting vampires from games, television, and movies. But next month, my friends, is the final vampire of 2023. Why? Because December is when we take all those vampires and stack them up against one another to see which specimen exhibits the most vampiric qualities. If you're part of Discord or follow me on Twitter, you can vote to make your voice heard about which one you think is the best. I'm working on a few surprises for that video too, so keep your eyes peeled. With that done, let's get started. Oh, and fair warning, heavy spoilers ahead for Castlevania Nocturne. So if you haven't watched, be aware. Alright, gimme that Olrox. Olrox was born sometime around the year 1500 AD. Castlevania Nocturne takes place during the French Revolution, and Olrox claims to have been a vampire for about 250 years.
In 250 years, do you know how many vampire hunters have promised to slice me in two?
So it's a bit of a ballpark figure, but that's a pretty good age. I mean, he's not getting close to Count Von Count's 6 million years, but hey, he's definitely getting a senior discount. According to his accounts of watching his people die to European conquerors, that fits him snugly around 1520 or so, when the Spanish Empire invaded and, well, ended the Aztec. We don't get a whole lot about him in the following centuries until he arrives in Boston, Massachusetts, during the American Revolution. He met a young man, a Mohican warrior, that fought alongside the Americans, believing that their freedom would also mean freedom for his people. Olrox fell in love. We don't learn the man's name, but Olrox said he had deep roots in the land and forest, and that he burned with a passion that almost made Olrox believe in the cause. Then a Belmont came into his life and did what Belmonts do: kill vampires. With his love dead, he dedicated himself to hunting down Julia Belmont, mother of Richter, the series' main protagonist. At the docks on a cold night, young Richter watched as his mother fought and eventually lost to Olrox. With the young boy frozen in terror, Olrox approached. He spared the child, warning him that one day he would do the same to him. Fast forward a decade or so, and Olrox has made his way to France, just in time for another revolution. Investigating the claims of a vampire messiah, he eventually learned about the blasphemous accord between the church and the minions of Elizabeth Bathory. Most important to fanboys and girls of this series, though, is when he met the warrior monk, Mizrak, of the Church of St. John's. A little knife play flirting, and soon our Aztec vampire catches a case of the feels for Mizrak. Enough that when the big moment comes, Olrox betrays his alliance with Elizabeth not once, but twice. Despite this, shall we say, strained relationship with Richter Belmont, he ends up pretty squarely on their side by the end of the first season. There's no way this isn't getting a second one. Vampire representation, tragic backstory, oozing charisma, easily the new fanship. Man, if Olrox doesn't win the most vampiric vampire, he's a shoo-in for straight up most popular. Olrox, as I said before, oozes charisma. There's a tendency in media for depictions of Native Americans to go hard on the warrior stoicism, in touch with nature, compelled by honor. They didn't fall into that trope here because Olrox, while not exactly excitable, is filled with a true vampiric charm. The vampire Lestat would recognize the demeanor, the gravitas that Olrox exudes. He is comfortable as he is, where he is.
Vampire lioness, she who mauls, the messiah of...
Yes, charmed to meet you.
He is a passionate lover when someone manages to actually capture his heart. When his love fell to Julia Belmont, he hunted her down to exact revenge. But the fact that he stopped there when Richter was easy pickings says so much about him. He lost someone dear to him, dear enough that he could not let it go unavenged. But his hatred stopped there. The logical thing would be to finish the Belmont line off and take out the young Richter, but instead, he spared him. If you listen to him, he doesn't actually challenge Richter to grow strong and face him later. He's not trying to build a proper foe or give him a sporting chance. I think Olrox is simply just aware that Richter will want the same revenge that he wanted. He understands that feeling. And while he doesn't necessarily hold any ill will toward the child, he also won't let his life end to him. There's a nobility in that, I think. And that's really where the whole gravitas of Olrox stems from, as far as the show goes. He's not afraid to do what he thinks needs to be done, and he has no great desire to visit pain and suffering on others. After all, he's lived through that more than any man should. The weight of his people's genocide is a heavy burden he carries with him through eternity. It shapes his very core. When he does meet the young Belmont again, years later, he makes no effort to fight him. One might expect that this is the moment where Richter attempts to get revenge, but instead he, understandably, flees from the man that murdered his mother. And Olrox, with all the power in this situation, the ability to catch up to him in a heartbeat, lets him go. He's a very observant man. He takes his time understanding the situation between the church and the servants of Elizabeth Bathory. He's confident in his own abilities, knowing exactly how powerful he is. When he finally meets Countess Bathory herself, his demeanor slowly changes over the course of the encounter.
Her magnificence has heard much about you.
I'm flattered for a god to have heard of me.
I told you to bow.
He goes from having to be told repeatedly to bow in her presence to begrudgingly bending the knee. He needs only one conversation with her to understand that he cannot oppose her alone, and that any acts of resistance or rebellion are better saved for another day. Most of all, though, through his whirlwind relationship with Mizrak, we see that his heart is not hardened, not sealed off by the pain he suffered. Despite his protest to the contrary with the monk, Olrox can't stand to see any harm come to Mizrak. What does this mean for his interaction with Paladins? Well, I'm not taking into account his considerable power, yet. just based on his personality, I think negotiation is possible. Maybe. He certainly wouldn't acknowledge the Order's authority, though. Gods and kings are trivial, meaningless concepts to him, and he has a disdain for those in charge, most especially the aristocracy.
I prefer my blood blue.
I could see Olrox agreeing to work with the Order in the right circumstances. At least, so long as it didn't interfere with his plans. But this isn't a series about how the Order makes friends with monsters. Let's take a look at what responding paladins might have to deal with if Olrox decides to pull a repeat performance of his dance with Julia.
Glory be to God.
Like most of the vampires in the Castlevania series, Olrox is quite powerful. At a glance, he might be the most dangerous vampire so far, but let's not commit to that until we've had a chance to analyze his abilities one by one. First, of course, he is insinuated to have the standard array of vampire powers: speed, strength, durability, and of course, immortality. I'll grant him the last one, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't confirm the rest. Let's start with his speed. Finding an example of him displaying speed beyond human capability was difficult. His battle with Julia Belmont, his tussle with Mizrak, he didn't actually move any faster than a well-trained human can. What about strength? Again, there's not much to go on. The most blatant show of strength we have is him tossing Mizrak across the Abbey Garden with one hand. The average human male weighs about 200 pounds or about 90 kilograms. Tossing that one-handed is certainly impressive. For comparison, the Thomas Inch dumbbell is a legendary dumbbell that weighs in at 172 pounds or about 78 kilograms. For years it remained undefeated, no man able to lift it one-handed, until strongman Mark Henry finally did it for the first time on June 2nd, 2002. According to the scene in the Abbey, Olrox could toss the Thomas Inch dumbbell like he was playing cornhole. So that's it then. Super strength? Well, maybe not. Keep in mind, Olrox didn't actually lift Mizrak off his feet, nor do we see exactly how far Mizrak goes. It's completely possible Mizrak just stumbled a meter or two. Why do I propose this? Because in all of his fights with mortals, Olrox likes to get up close and personal. Observe his fight with Julia Belmont. They lock weapons, a stalemate, even for a moment. Back in the Abbey with Mizrak, we see the warrior monk is able to turn the tables on Olrox just moments before the aforementioned cornhole toss. Furthermore, when pulling Mizrak out of the fight with Elizabeth Bathory, Olrox has to drag him on foot. While in the mist form, the two of them become lighter than air, but the moment they're back in physical form, Olrox actually has to strain to hold Mizrak. Well, it's completely possible that Olrox was being gentle, only using the bare minimum strength he needed to restrain his monk lover, but I don't know. I feel like if he could easily restrain a 200-pound Mizrak, why couldn't he restrain a 170-pound woman like Julia? After all, he had a reason to go easy on Mizrak, but motivation to utterly destroy her. Durability, we have a lot more to go off of. In his fight with Julia Belmont, we see him whipped, stabbed, burnt, and otherwise just have, like, the entire Castlevania weapon arsenal thrown at him in one go. And when it was over, he was clean and unharmed. I suspect his ability to shift from form to form, vampire to dragon that is, allows him time to recover. There's certainly an implied healing ability in there, given the amount of damage Julia did and the lack of any evidence for it when speaking to her son. With those out of the way, let's take a closer look at his demonstrated abilities. My personal favorite, Ethereal Skulls. With the snap of his fingers, Olrox opens a dark portal and casts a host of spectral skulls towards his enemies. It seems that each one is able to target a different foe, making this a very useful skill. Now, I'm not sure what kind of damage to expect from a ghost skull, but it seemed to do quite well against Countess Bathory's minions in the last big fight of Season 1. His most useful and most displayed power has to be his vampire mist. I don't recall if any of the vampires in the original Netflix Castlevania utilized this, but if not, they should have. When in danger, needing to hide or move fast, or perhaps just when he wants to be a badass, Olrox possesses the ability to transform into a mist, a power we haven't seen since episode 1 with Dracula himself. It appears that damage is still possible in this form, as when he's attacked, he still moves to dodge. This form gives him superior maneuverability though, concealment, and gravitas that Lestat himself would have to acknowledge. Arguably his strongest ability is his power to change forms into an Aztec dragon, something very reminiscent of Quetzalcoatl. He gains flight, some lightning powers, which also appear to be usable in his mist form, and I would imagine a significant boost in his strength. Again though, that last one is hard to measure. Phantom skulls, mist, lightning, and dragon morphing, quite the bevy of hunter-killing abilities. But what about what makes him tick? Yes, fangs. It's a running joke by now, but yes, our boy Olrox definitely has some chompers on him. He also sports some pointed ears and just the most alluring yellow-green eyes. His pupils are vertically oriented, like a cat's, which in nature is indicative of a ground-level predator. The vertical slits help with picking up light between blades of grass and other plants. Considering his Aztec heritage and the prevalence of serpents and dragons in their mythos, I might venture to guess that a serpent form is either in his repertoire or was at one point. It's inferred that all vampires in Castlevania are weak to sunlight, as the main plot of the season is Countess Bathory literally blocking out the sun. He seems to handle indirect sunlight without an issue, as evidenced by him fighting with Mizrak in the Abbey's garden shadows, and opening his window at the inn to watch that same monk walk away in the morning. He needs to feed on blood, but his reliance on it, his hunger for it, is unclear. At the very least, we certainly didn't see him jonesing for blood. He doesn't seem to need a coffin, as the room's bed sufficed just fine for him and Mizrak. Religious symbols, holy ground, and other common deterrents don't seem to hold any sway over him. When he changes, he becomes a large, dragon-like creature, very reminiscent of creatures in Aztec mythos. When in his mist form, he seems to be able to either completely disappear or present his general outline in said mist. Not much to work with if we're trying to exploit some weakness. Let's see just how deadly this all is when you put it together. For those that are new to the series, part of my job is assigning a Paladin threat level to potential hostiles our agents may face. A Paladin might call in a sighting of a vampire or a Vesper, after which it's my job to take the observations we have of it, do my research on the species, and then get back to the Paladin with a threat level and any pertinent information they may need to handle it. The scale goes from 1 to 10, but it's heavily weighted toward the bottom. That is to say, a threat level 2 isn't twice as dangerous as a 1. A 1 on the scale might be, an infestation of blood eels in your plumbing. The little guys waiting for their prey to present their, vulnerable side to them. Then bam! Chomp and drink. A single paladin with a special kit can eradicate them in an afternoon. But a 10? A 10 would be like, careless scientists disturbing the delicate veil that separates our realm from Kal Atha, the realm of those who sleep, awakening them and drawing their 1,000 eyes toward a reality they had not known to exist, but whose very presence stands as an offense that must be remedied by a bleeding, a draining of all life, all breath, all blood, and all thought from every sentient creature on the planet until nothing is left, allowing them to absorb the tattered wreckage of this world into their plane of torture and chaos. That's a 10. Looking at Olrox, he certainly has reason to rank up there. He seems to be able to shake off damage from fire, ice spikes, and whip slashes without too much trouble. He's not terribly fast, as Julia was able to stab him several times in hand-to-hand combat. His flight, both as a dragon and a mist, make him a definite pain to capture, though. My initial thoughts are that he's at least as strong as, say, Morbius or Domitresk. But Then again, a single trained monster hunter held her own against him. It seems evident to me that Julia's loss was due to Richter being in danger, as she managed to kill Aurochs' lover before that. Between that and Mizrak showing that hand-to-hand combat is viable under the right conditions, I feel like he may not be as dangerous as I initially thought. He's definitely deadly, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to shortchange him on anything, but whether he hesitated to kill Richter because of his own convictions or he simply failed because he was unable, the point remains there are ways to fight him and come out alive in a one-on-one encounter. And considering paladins don't handle most cases on their own, or rather they're not supposed to, I can certainly imagine conditions where paladins can either contain or, in drastic cases, eliminate him. We have no idea what bullets will do to him, but I can't imagine that if he's getting hit by ice and whips, that high-caliber ammunition won't hit him, and do much more damage. Yeah, he's by no means a pushover. He's got gravitas like no one's business. But the fact that he can be pressured at all in hand-to-hand combat means I'm giving Aurochs a paladin threat level of 3. He's deadly. You'll need the whole parish. But it can be done without having to call in the big guns. Daylight seems to be a concern for Aurochs, even if he's confident in his abilities to handle it.
The sun will rise soon. Shouldn't you get back to the chateau?
He also seems more than capable of being hurt, at least in his vampire form. Once again, assuming he's not open to negotiation, I feel like if we dispatch a full parish of paladins, like 4 to 8, they should be able to handle him. Strike in the day to limit his retreat options. Try to find an enclosed area, someplace smaller to restrict his movements. In the big battle at the Abbey, he's able to move freely in his mist form, and in the open streets against Julia, he was able to take his dragon form. I say try to catch him in his hotel room. Now, I'm not sure of any reliable way to harm or capture a vampire while they're in their mist form. I wonder if an air purifier or a vacuum could be of use? Sadly, we just don't have the research on that to risk it in actual confrontation, though I know at least a couple of paladins that would probably try it. Firearms are definitely a go-to. He's slow enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat, so hitting him with a gun shouldn't be an issue. Might have to have an anti-heretic or anti-freak take the lead to engage in said combat, at least to distract him. Support groups can carefully open fire from a safe distance. Even in the dragon form, I'm not too worried about his resisting a good rifle or pistol. Honestly, it's the mist I keep coming back to. Slipping through a window or a vent could easily provide him with an avenue for escape, and once eyes were off him, he'd be virtually impossible to track through conventional means. So, I guess we'd better put a bullet in him before he chooses to get all misty on us. Full parish dispatch. Recommend anti-heretic, anti-freak tactics to occupy the target. Heavy vestments to resist stab and slashing attacks. Track and isolate target. Wait for optimal conditions. Attempt to restrict avenues of escape and confront in areas of restricted movement. At least one paladin recommended to engage in person with cover fire and backup from the rest of the team. Blessed manacles for capture. Blades or incendiary ammunition for eradication. Well, what do you think? Did I give Aurochs a fair shake? Was there something I missed? I really like his character, and in general, I really like the new season of Castlevania. He may not be our deadliest vampire yet, but something tells me he's definitely in the running for most vampiric vampire. Speaking of which, it's almost time. Once next month's video hits, the polls will be open, and I need your help to decide which vampire we reviewed is the best. We're looking at their charm/allure, their danger level, their bloodlust, and their abilities. I'm even going to be tossing in a few honorable mentions for the vampires I just couldn't get to this year. Swing by our Discord or hit me up on Twitter if you want to learn more about voting on this most important of all subject matters, who is the coolest vampire. Link down in the description. While you're at it, don't forget to check out our Twitter, and if you want to see me stumble my way through video games, hit us up on Twitch. We have so much fun there, and I'd love to see you join us. Please, if you would, hit that like button and click subscribe to make sure you don't miss any future episodes of Monster Menagerie. Clicking the bell icon helps seal the deal, so make sure you get that too. And with all that, I think we're done. I have to get going. Maddie said they're having a spicy wing competition down in the mess hall, and well, I'm probably not going to get any, but I'm a Mason, so they'll probably want me to clean up after the losers. I need to make myself scarce. Until next time, happy Halloween, and don't forget, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's out there. Best line in the whole season, Drolta Duentes, Episode 4. Every orifice I possess has teeth. Since the 1800s, one organization has protected crown and country from the evils of hell. The Royal Order of Protestant Knights, founded by Abraham van Helsing himself. And in their service, a vampire, born of tragedy and bound to Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Helsing. The secret weapon of the Helsing organization brought to bear upon the impure souls of the living dead. No, the other one. Yeah, her. Get ready for the final vampire of 2023 in this episode of Monster Menagerie. Welcome to Monster Menagerie, brought to you by the Paladin Archives. Wow, we're finally here. The last vampire of 2023. Can you believe it? It's been a long road, but here we finally are. Ceres Victoria. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little intimidated to analyze her. I'd heard some things about her series being rather dark, but you know what? Despite what everyone said about the Helsing anime, I found it concise, fast-paced, and honestly pretty funny most of the time. What's that, Maddie? Team what star? Doesn't count? Well, how long are the real episodes? They're what? Welcome, everyone, to Monster Menagerie. I'm the cran named Mason, and I haven't slept in 3 days. But I got through the anime, and you know what? I'm only mostly scarred by the copious amounts of blood, sacrilege, and flat-out Welcome to Monster Menagerie. It's Ceres Victoria. Before we get into the analysis, I want to give a shout out to our Discord server. You can find a link down in the description. Right now, we're having a fan vote to see which of the vampires we've covered this year you most adore. Rules and information are all in the Monster Menagerie channel. You can also see when we stream on Twitch and when new YouTube videos, like this one, are uploaded. If you want to share which vampire you think deserves the top spot, make sure you stop by and cast your vote. I'll be mentioning the fan choice in the December 2023 Monster Menagerie. Okay, that's enough stalling. Let's go ahead and take a look at the one and only police girl, Ceres Victoria. Ceres Victoria was born in England, and immediately, life sucked. Her father was a respected police officer, but he upset the wrong people and, was unalived right in front of little Ceres' eyes. Hiding in a closet, she also had to witness the murder of her mother, followed by the, let's say desecration of her body, because, I don't think YouTube will hit me for that word. Ceres was in and out of the foster system, looked at as a problem child. She had issues with violence, rebellion, and other problems stemming from her tragic childhood. Despite this, She grew up to become a police officer, and a very upbeat and kind one at that. Along with her partners, she responded to word of a disturbance in the village of Cheddar, and this is where she met her first vampire, a priest. The vampire had made ghouls out of his victims and was intent on adding Saris to the list. Well, okay, not actually. In reality, he intended to rape. And that's when the vampire Alucard appeared. He gave her a real non-choice. He shot through her, ostensibly to hit the vampire's heart. The problem I have with this is that, first, Alucard is an amazing shot with vampire aiming, which he teaches Saris later in that episode. And he's only like 10 feet away? Maybe? And the vampire's head is clearly visible. He chose to kill Saris, or rather, wound her mortally and force her to choose vampirism to save her life. She never calls him out on this. In any case, she's then brought into the Helsing organization, a group that has been hunting vampires and protecting the world since the 1800s. Amateurs. Under the leadership of Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing, and as the, servant? Slave? Offspring? Of Alucard, she grows into a fine agent. She gets wrapped up in a Nazi plot to destroy London, and I guess Washington, D.C. off camera, and ends up fighting just the weirdest, grossest, most confusing cast of weirdos. And I think that sums it up, and we only had to discuss terribly upsetting topics twice. That's pretty good for this anime. As I said before, Saris is bright, cheerful, and upbeat, despite the situation she's found herself in. The anime shows her as a detached, almost cruel child while in the foster care system. So I have to imagine there was some event off camera that helped turn her life around. Perhaps it was becoming a cop to carry on her father's legacy. In any case, she handles the whole vampire thing quite well. Most of her protests coming off more like a child whining about the doctor. She goes through a set of "I can't do it.
Yes, you can, police girl."
Moments with Alucard, all revolving around her losing her humanity as her vampire nature slowly engulfs her. She seems to hate her coffin and, for at least the bulk of the anime, absolutely refused to drink blood, claiming it feels like she's losing something if she does. She's absolutely loyal to her master Alucard, which I have to imagine is at least a little bit part of the process of her being turned. This also transfers over to Alucard's master, Integra. And, Integra treats Saris in much the same way she does Alucard. She mostly hates hurting people, but when she goes into vampire mode, she gains a literal bloodlust. She's able to annihilate foes left and right without thought, though it's not uncommon for her to be shaken by it later. She tries to maintain a sliver of humanity, such as eating human food, but it's just a desperate way of clutching to her last vestiges of who she was. She seems to mostly get along with Pip, the mercenary hired by Helsing after the death of literally all their other agents at the mansion. The two bicker, as a good English-French duo should, though Pip is mostly concerned with getting in her What? I was going to say good graces. Sheesh. When pushed, she can summon a courage and power from deep within, though it seems she's at her strongest when she turns to the concern and care she has for her friends. Yeah, even in Helsing there's a bit of the power of friendship. Despite this positive attitude, it doesn't take a lot to exploit her self-doubt and fear, causing her to retreat into herself. But with the aforementioned power of her friends, she can usually pull out of it. She's chipper, she's cute, she could crush your head in her palm. No wonder pretty much everyone in the show, and the fan base, likes her. Hoo-wee, we have a big one to dissect here. Now, I'm going to divide this into two parts. You see, when Saris is turned by Alucard, the complete transformation is denied to her until she drinks blood. Alucard offers to let her drink his on a mission, and she declines. She turns away all but the most necessary offers until, finally, she has no choice but to drink from Pip. It almost sort of saves his life. Like, he was dying, but she was moments from death herself. In the end, really, it just makes him her familiar. The point is, I'm dividing this section into 2 parts, before she drank Pip's blood and after. Trust me, there's a significant difference. Anything she can do in the former will transfer to the latter, so I won't really mention it. Let's get started with the basics. She's fast, she's incredibly strong, she can see insane distances with her third eye, and, well, that's about it actually. But trust me, those things are pretty dang impressive. Let's look at the third eye. On her first real mission, Saris is given her first rifle. It's far too big to be used by a normal person, at least without it being mounted, and it doesn't even have a scope. Yet, with the prompting of her master Alucard, she imagines a third eye and aims with it, taking a shot at the fleeing target
like a proper vampire.
Saris notes when she's preparing to snipe the fleeing Jessica that the target is
600 meters away.
I'm an absolute nerd, so let's actually try to figure out how far that shot is. Saris' rifle appears to be a unique creation of the anime, but we know it fires impressively sized 13.7mm rounds. That would put it squarely in the category of heavy caliber, a gun that should be mounted and used for anti-tank or aircraft. More on that later. The closest analog I could find to get me in the ballpark is the Mauser 13.2mm, which has a muzzle velocity of about 785 meters per second. From the time Saris fires the gun to the time Jessica is hit is about 4 seconds by my count. Let's go back to my favorite formula, speed equals distance over time. Rearrange to solve for distance, and we have distance equals speed times time. 785 meters per second times 4 seconds comes out to 3.14 kilometers, or almost 2 miles. That actually tracks with her shots in later episodes. Next, let's look at speed and strength before she drank the blood of Pip Bernadotte. Stick with me, guys, this one's gonna be a bit of a walk. When she and Alucard head to Ireland to take care of some vampires in a large mansion, we see her run through a crowd of ghouls once she's frenzied. Zooming out, we can see Sarah sitting on the steps of the manor. Her cannon height is 167 centimeters, or about 5'5". In this shot, we can get a clear look at her rifle. Doing pixel measurements, we can determine that Saris is 454 pixels tall and her rifle is 282 pixels long. That means her gun is roughly 103.5 centimeters long, or about 3 feet 5 inches. Take a breath, guys, we're only getting started. Using that, we can determine the width of the doors on the mansion in this image. The length of her gun is approximately the length of each of these double doors, so double the length to get 334 centimeters, and now we have a ruler for the mansion. From end to end, it's 11 door lengths, so 36.74 meters. Conveniently, that door length also appears to be just about the distance from the start of one window to the end of the next. Now, let's get our time. At 30 frames per second, it takes Saris 34 frames to move from window to window. That means she covered 334 centimeters in about 1.2 seconds. Speed equals distance over time, so we have 2.78 meters per second, or 6 miles per hour. Man, I gotta really stop calculating these things. It's ruining the movie magic. It's definitely not Usain Bolt levels here, but then again, this is her pre-true vampire form. The anime makes it clear she's super fast, but like Edward in Twilight, the measurements don't bear this out. Maybe we can look at something else. During that same hallway run, we see her dodging bullets fired by the ghouls, a fine chance to check her reaction speed. Most of those are small arms, pistols and the like. We see she's about 3 windows away from the horde, which we know is about 10 meters thanks to our pixel measurements from the outside. Average muzzle velocity for a 9mm round is roughly 370 meters per second, meaning the bullet reaches her in 0.027 seconds. The average human can react within 0.25 to 0.3 seconds, meaning Saris' reaction time is easily 10 times faster than a normal human. Yeah, I guess movies and anime are just bad at depicting speed. Whatever. Let's look at her strength. Pre-pit blood, of course. Easily the most impressive scene for Saris in the anime. To that point, we find her here, defending the Helsing mansion by sniping enemy missiles from kilometers away with this. Harkonnen II. According to Pip, this big brother to the Harkonnen, her signature gun, has a gross weight of 345 kilograms. Assuming it's divvied up somewhat evenly, we can guess that each gun is around 86.25 kilos or 190 pounds each, for a total of 760.5 pounds for our US watchers. An impressive amount for so small a person to hold without effort. But check this out. These are the kind of guns that should be mounted, anchored to something so they don't go flying back and kill their operator. Newton's laws are a bitch. Whatever force comes out the front also sends the gun backward with just as much force. And with a little back of the napkin calculations, I've estimated each blast from Harkonnen II generates about 2,000 to 3,000 newtons of force. If you don't know your science, you can visualize it like this. The average human male weighs about 200 pounds. If you aimed Harkonnen II at the ground and pulled the trigger, it would rocket you up about 10.7 feet, or 3.27 meters. That's one shot. Saris absorbs this effortlessly with a belt feed. She holds the weight of 2 adult men, one under each arm, and rapid fires 30mm shells that could send one of those adult men 10 feet into the air with each shot. Not bad for her underpowered form. But once Saris drains Pip Bernadotte, all bets are off. She becomes a true vampire, feeling and looking much more like her master, Alucard. In this form, she gains better rapid regeneration from her wounds, a blood shadow thing that comes out from her arm, effectively replacing it after she loses it in a fight to a Nazi, the ability to fly, and, I think, more speed and strength. In her fight with First Lieutenant Zoran Blitz, she grabs her foe's head and grinds it into the wall as she runs down the Helsing Mansion's hall. During this maneuver, she moves at a pace of 6 strides per second. At 5'5", 167 centimeters, that's about 70.125 centimeters per stride. The average human stride is 0.45 times their height. 70.125 times 6 equals 420.75 centimeters, or about 4.2 meters per second. That's 9.4 miles per hour. Well, at least she's getting faster, right? Okay, let's give her one last chance. In her fight with the silent werewolf known only as the Captain, the two end up in a hold filled with stolen Nazi loot. This shot gives us a good distance between them just before Saris launches a kick. Looking at the floor, we can see uniform tiles, each about the size of Saris' shin. Guess what it's time for? Pixel measurements! Once again, Saris is 5'5", or 167 centimeters tall. In this shot, her whole body is a height of 295 pixels. Her shin is about 98 pixels, which makes it about 55.5 centimeters, or almost 22 inches. That's close enough for government work. After all, I do technically work for the BDA. Counting the tiles in the scene, we see, let's be generous, 7 tiles. At 55.5 centimeters each, that puts them about 3.33 meters away. From the moment she makes her kick sound, to the moment her foot meets with the captain's position, it takes 14 frames. That's just under half a second, which means she launches herself at 6.6 meters per second, or 14.76 miles per hour. Okay, I give up. Let's move on to strength, because, buddy, she has that in spades. Now, I really want to tell you about this scene here. Saris is on the Zeppelin Deus Ex Machina. Yes, that is its real name. And in her fight with a Nazi werewolf, she rips a bomb out of the wall. Based on the design, the size, and the fact that it's on a World War II era Zeppelin, I think it's an SC-2500 Max, a bomb weighing in an impressive 2.5 tons. She rips through the steel wall to pull it free, and then just chucks it with one hand. But sadly, I can't dwell on it because she immediately outdoes herself. In the final showdown with the Major, Millennium's leader sits comfortably behind a glass shield. Saris fires on him in Integra's command, but her guns won't pierce the glass. She empties an entire clip from Harkonnen 2, but it just won't break. So, learning from her previous encounter that Nazi Zeppelins have all kinds of neat treats in the walls, she rips open the floor and pulls out this. That, my friends, is a flak gun. What is a flak gun, you might ask? A cannon specifically made to turn aircraft into raining debris. That is an 88mm anti-tank, anti-aircraft artillery gun. I'll go into it more later, but suffice it to say this gun is heavy. 7.4 metric tons heavy. And Saris rips it out through the metal framework of the Zeppelin, one-handed, then fires it without a bit of recoil. Just for kicks, the recoil on this particular beauty would be 6,217,880 newtons of force. Remember how Harkonnen 2 can knock you 10 feet into the air? My conservative estimate says that if you aimed this gun at the ground, you'd go sailing about 11,000 feet into the air. Well, what's left of you would. Not bad, huh? Not as fast as I imagined, but her demon shadow zippy power thing seems to be relatively fast. Can't really get a good measure of it, what with her pinballing everywhere. If you check out the Major's map, you can get a good idea of where the Helsing mansion is in relation to London, but I have no idea how long it took her to get from the mansion to London, so we can't get a speed. Let's just say fast. Going over Saris Victoria's physiology, huh? I'm having flashbacks to Lady Domitresque. It's okay, I can be mature about this. Saris is physically about 18. She doesn't seem to have any pointed ears or anything, and for the most part she looks perfectly human. Now, after her absorption of Pip, she gets a few notable distinctions. Her eyes remain red, she has a blood shadow arm that can do all kinds of cool stuff. Oh, and of course she has fangs, when she wants them. Prior to her drinking of Pip's blood, she had a few notable weaknesses. First off, she has a bloodlust that she had to fight anytime she was faced with the stuff. Despite this, she absolutely refused to drink any blood, and this left her a shadow of a vampire, at least in Alucard and Integra's eyes. Without the extra strength the blood would give her, she was forced to stay in a coffin for her slumber. Her exposure to sun seemed limited. We do see her at one point grabbing food with Pip, but she's covered pretty heavily. This checks out since we see Rip Van Winkle demonstrating something similar on the deck of a ship. Beyond this, there's not much notable about her, physically speaking. Yep, nothing stands out. Now, Anderson even remarks how human she seems, so there's definitely nothing else to point out. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't hold back anymore. I have to talk about the elephant in the room. Guys, let's face it, Saris Victoria has some impressive guns. I think my favorite part about analyzing this episode was how seriously the creators took their guns. They not only made them true to life, with a few notable exceptions, but made sure to let us all know exactly what the specifications for them are. Walter lovingly describes the Jackal in Harkonnen. Alucard explains the rounds in his pistol, and even the Major takes a moment to appreciate Saris' cannon. So, I want to take a brief moment to go over Saris' firepower, because, frankly, it's something a Paladin will be dealing with if they go up against her. Walter seems to have either made or ordered the construction of most of the important guns in the series, and man, that guy has a thing for the Dune franchise. From the first rifle she uses to snipe Jessica from a couple miles away, all the way to, well, technically the flak cannon at the end, they're all sort of part of a line called Harkonnen. Let's look at what I'm calling Harkonnen Zero, It's the first rifle Walter presents to her, and yes, I know it has a weird name in the manga that I can't pronounce, but it says Harkonnen on it in the anime. This little beauty here uses a box magazine that the Internet Movie Firearms Database suggests holds between 10 to 15 rounds. It fires 13.7mm shells, which, as I mentioned before, starts us off snugly in the heavy caliber category. This gun is clearly intended to be mounted, possibly for anti-tank or other vehicular purposes. Saris claims the gun is huge.
Yeah, I hardly felt any recoil at all.
Best of all, we see that it has quite the range, and when paired with Saris' vampire sight, can take out a target at extremely long distances with extreme prejudice. Next up is her signature weapon, the Harkonnen itself. I'll let Walter explain since he seems to love the weapon so much.
The Harkonnen, a 30mm anti-freak cannon, designed to be used with both depleted uranium shells and exploding incendiary shells. This weapon will destroy all but the most heavily armored of targets.
Breech-loaded, single shot, with massive 30mm shells, this thing is a beast. It weighs in at 120 pounds, unloaded. No human could ever hope to wield this thing unless it was attached to a solid mount. But Saris wields it like any other normal rifle, even using it to snipe. This gun embodies what it means to be a vampire in the Hellsing anime. But of course, that doesn't mean perfection can't be improved upon. Meet Harkonnen 2. According to Pip Bernadotte, it's semi-automatic, weighs in at 345 kilos, and fires those same lovely 30mm shells at a maximum range of 4 kilometers. But this one is belt-fed. Those drums you see on her back are filled with rounds, and it even has a kickstand to help her get really steady, and probably to help with some of the recoil. Saris is able to bullseye 35 out of 35 missiles launched at the mansion. Keep in mind, she's technically firing from the hip since she's using each gun one-handed. I did the math earlier, and each gun is at least 190 pounds, so she's holding a human being under each arm when she's firing. This thing is a monster. But my favorite, the unofficial Harkonnen 3, comes in her final fight with the Major. Why call it that? Because a chubby little Nazi described it as such.
Look at that Harkonnen! 88mm!
I promised I'd mention it earlier, so here we are. This is an 88mm flat cannon designed by the German army to combat tanks and aircraft, known as the Oct-Oct, the 8-8. Its whole purpose was to pluck aircraft out of the sky that were too high up for more conventional weaponry. It can fire 15 to 20 rounds per minute with a muzzle velocity of 840 meters per second and has a maximum range of 9,900 meters. And Saris wields it like it's nothing. Well, we certainly have something to talk about in threat levels now. It's the last analysis of the year, but just in case you don't know how these things work, I'll go over it one more time. You see, my job as a Mason for the Paladin Order means that I analyze the threat of any particular obstacle a Paladin in the field may be facing, and report back to them, usually with recommendations that they don't follow. To this end, we use a threat level scale that goes from 1 to 10, with it being heavily weighted toward the bottom. Seriously, we'll probably never see a 10. Or if we do, we won't be able to do anything about it. Now, a 1 on this scale is something like, your cat has begun channeling the malevolent spirit of a general from Three Kingdoms, China. Let's say, Jiahao Dun. Hey, it happens more often than you'd think. It's hard to tell when a cat is possessed. Point is, a single paladin should be able to head out and assess the situation and fix it. A 10? That means the world is headed for a disaster of biblical proportions. Old Testament, real wrath of God type stuff. Fire and brimstone coming down from the skies, rivers and seas boiling, 40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, the dead rising from the grave, human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Look, I gave you 10 other examples of a level 10, let me just have this one. I want to make something clear. I gave Celine a lot of crap for being a vampire that uses guns. And you know what? I stand by it. I fully believe that the movie Underworld could replace the vampires with elves, and nothing would fundamentally change about the movie. But with Saris, she isn't using her guns instead of her vampire abilities, she's combining them. And that, my friends, might just make her the most dangerous vampire on the list. Not only is she strong enough to lift 4 cars at once, she's able to see in complete darkness for kilometers. Celine uses twin pistols, nothing particularly powerful. What she did could easily be replicated by a normal human, but Saris has a gun, well, guns plural, that only a vampire could wield. That is why I'm so concerned about her, threat-wise. Sure, she could impale you with her fist in melee, send you flying across the room with a single finger, but that's only the beginning of her abilities. That was before she got juiced up on pit blood. No, the worst part of this is that she can kill you from miles away, utterly obliterate you, and you'd never even know you were being hunted. Rather than replace all the things that make a vampire deadly with gunplay, she marries the two concepts into something dreadful, something incredible, something dangerous. And because of that, I think I need to rank her threat level 6. As strong as Dracula, probably as fast as Edward, and with a freaky shadow arm that can impale you or rip up fun surprises from underground. She's certainly going to be a challenge to put down, and I hate what I think I have to do to accomplish that. Typical ammunition will be virtually useless on her advanced form. Sunlight isn't going to be reliable enough as a weapon. If it's her underpowered version, we could try and locate her coffin and maybe just seal it. We can see from her trip to Brazil that she needs to travel in her coffin, and the tie-down straps around it are apparently more than enough to keep it sealed as she begs to be let out. If we're facing this Saris, that's my go-to plan. It minimizes casualties on both sides. Assuming we can't, though, I wonder what our options even are. Disorienting tactics are likely to be pointless with her third eye. Flashbang, tasers, sonic disruption. If there's anything the anime teaches us, it's that physical force is the only answer against a vampire. Garlic, crosses, dead man's blood, it's all pointless. Though, they do use blessed ammunition, often silver, which suggests that they themselves might be weak to it. If I knew what Anderson's bayonets were made out of, that might be helpful. I think we can safely assume they're blessed. She can dodge bullets, see us coming from miles away, and snipe us before we even know she's in the country. I feel like subterfuge is going to be necessary, and worse, psychological warfare. Her biggest weakness is her own insecurity, failing those around her, feeling inadequate. And I think it might stem from her parents' death. If a particularly confident paladin can exploit this, it could open her up for attack. She's naive and doesn't seem to be able to sense auras, other than Alucard's. I imagine getting an undercover paladin near her for recon would be a good step. A preemptive strike would be absolutely imperative. We don't want her hunting us. Because of her lineage from Alucard, she should be treated like an old world vamp. Probably have to skip stewardship paladins and request a specialist all the way from the patronage. Normally, I might suggest overwhelming force, but that's what the vampire Nazis tried, and she didn't even flinch in that fight. She's quick enough to pinball around and rip off all the paladins' heads without breaking a sweat. No, whatever we do, it has to be sneaky. After all, we're not monsters, so we can't match her in a fight. We have to hit her hard, from a distance, keep the pressure up, mess with her head, and probably finish her off up close and personal. Dispatch Patronage Level Specialist, Anti-Freak Masters. Heavy vestment to help in melee combat. Armor is irrelevant from range as target utilizes too heavy a caliber weapon to matter. Use psychological tactics to approach and monitor the subject. If possible, locate the target's coffin. Focus on ranged attacks, hit and run. Prepare patronage level melee specialist armed with blessed blades. Really quick, I want to indulge in super geekdom, because after all, Cerys is a monster hunter. So let's quickly imagine what it might be like if Cerys was dispatched to take down all the other vampires on this year's list. I'll give each one a difficulty ranking of 1 to 5, with 1 being the easiest. Let's go. Number 1, Dracula 1931, ranking 1. Cerys casually shows up during the day, makes a few confused comments about him not moving, and stakes him. Probably just with her own hand. Number 2, Edward Cullen, ranking 2. Cerys scouts him out, is creeped out by his behavior around Bella, and puts a 13.7mm round through his chest. 3, Lady Dimitrescu, ranking 3. Listen, Ethan took her down and he didn't have Harkonnen. Lady or dragon form, she snipes her from the top of the nearby mountains. Possible melee fight that ensues ends with literally pushing the barrel of the Harkonnen down Dimitrescu's throat. 4, Michael Morbius, ranking 3. Tracks him, sets up outside his location and waits. She takes shots at night from a distance. It's possible that Morbius feels this and dodges. Sniper battle ensues, and it ends up with her impaling him with her Shadow Fist as he tries to summon a Bat Hadouken. Number 5, Marceline the Vampire Queen, ranking 4. This one she snipes from a distance with Harkonnen. If Marceline survives the first volley, she'll probably switch over to incendiary rounds and just pelt the giant monster form that she'll take. Now, when I suggested the Paladins use a mob tactic, just full-on mafia hit, yeah, any one of Cerys' single guns would probably be equivalent to that same force. Number 6, Louis Dupont du Lac, ranking 1. Cerys investigates and locates her target, and drops him with her basic rifle. If he does try to run, it's just Jessica all over again. Number 7, Nandor the Relentless, ranking 1. Once she stops laughing, she probably feels bad for him and escorts him to a facility to monitor him. He pisses her off eventually, and she literally tears his head off with one hand, and then apologizes. Number 8, Celine, ranking 2. Celine will actually fire back, making this a fun gunfight. In the end though, Cerys can tank whatever round Celine has. Celine can't tank a 30mm round, silver, UV, or otherwise. Number 9, Count Von Count, ranking 3. Dangerous. He's got the ability to undo her damage and even entrance her. Likely she sticks with the tried and true snipe it with the Harkonnen tactic. It's a classic for a reason. Number 10, Allrox, ranking 4. Now this would be a good fight. I imagine her first volley nearly obliterating Allrox, but then he turns into a mist, forcing her to reconsider her tactics. Melee combat ensues, with her shadow arm becoming very involved. Allrox turns into a dragon and begins to rain down his power on her, only to be met with a mouthful of Harkonnen. Score Cerys. That was nuts. We have a new queen on top of our danger scale. But come on, when you saw this, did you really think his lineage would be any less? Personally, I'm in love with this particular series. And if you've already seen it, or are unsure about watching it, or just don't have time, I wholeheartedly recommend you take a look at Team 4-Star's Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. It is amazing. For being a YouTube parody, they really went all out on it. The later episodes actually managed to capture the emotions of the original while still being transformative and concise. I guess that's everyone now. 11 vampires down. You know what that means? The next step is yours. For December, we're comparing all 11 vampires to crown our king or queen of the vampires for the year. We're going to compare their powers, their danger levels, their bloodlust, and their allure to see which one is the most vampiric of all these vampires. And you can participate. If you head to our Discord server, you'll find the Monster Menagerie channel where we have a link to the tier maker list of all the vampires. You can submit up to 4 tier lists, one for each of the 4 categories: Allure and Charm, Danger Level, Powers, and Bloodlust. Take a screenshot of your tier list and make sure it's properly marked with which category you're doing. Then, either drop it on our Discord server or on Twitter with the hashtag Paladin Archives, or you can direct it straight to me with @Paladin Archive, no S on that one. If you want to go the Twitter route, I have a link to the tier maker list down in the description. Oh, I can't wait for this video. I have some amazing guests who volunteered to lend their expertise on the matter, so it will be well worth your time to stop by. Until then though, please make sure to like and subscribe, and make sure you hit that bell. We stream over on Twitch at Paladin Archives 3 times a week, usually with some pretty relaxed games. I hope we see you over there. Wow, the end of all the vampires, and I still don't even know what next year is going to bring. Werewolves, demons, ghosts, witches, other monster hunters? What kind of things would you like me to analyze next year? The sky's the limit, my friends, so feel free to drop it down in the comments, or even better, hit up our Discord and join in on the conversation. Before we go, I want to recognize some of the awesome people in our community that have taken the time to create some amazing art. Karma, Gudility, Saf, Hallis, Annabelle, Quinn, and the greatest. Thank you, everyone. It means so much to me that you care enough to draw these things. You're all so amazing. Well, I guess that's it for today. December is almost on us, so I gotta get going. There's a Secret Santa sign up in the break room, and Maddie says if I don't get there quick, I'll end up with Mason Douglas down in processing. Man, all that guy ever wants is sludge samples. It's concerning. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's hiding out there. Releasing control art restriction systems. 3, 2, 1. Approval of Situation A recognized. Commencing the Cromwell invocation. Ability restrictions lifted for limited use until the enemy has been rendered silent.